See you all. And I'd like to ask everyone to stand, please, for the karakia. Kia tōna manaki whana a te mea whānaro, ki runga, ki ēna, ki tēnā o tātou, kia mahia te hua ma hihihihi, kia toi te kukupu, toi te mana, toi te aroha, toi te reo Māori, kia tuturu, ka whakapaua, kia tina, pina, uipe, tāhia. Thank you. Before we move on, are there any conflict of interest to declare? Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, I've got a conflict on the public places.
Thank you. There are no apologies today. There is no public forum. And we move to the items on the agenda. Just to be clear, we're going to move the Head Start item, which is currently at 7.6, to the beginning of our agenda. And then we'll proceed as the agenda is following that, because we want to ensure that there's enough, we allow enough time for discussion. But we'll move first to 5.1, which are the minutes for, can I have a mover for moving the Head Start forward, please? Councillor Bowyer and seconded by Councillor Goodwin. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. So we move to item 5.1, which are the minutes for confirmation for the council meeting 24th of June. Do I have a mover for the true and accurate record? Councillor Capel, seconded by Councillor Lennox. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? The motion is carried. Now we move to 5.2, which is the minutes for confirmation for the extraordinary meeting on the 30th of June. These true and correct. Do I have a mover for the motion, please? Councillor Holmes, seconded by Councillor Bowyer. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion has been carried. Thank you. So we move now to item 7.6 on page 123, which is the Head Start proposal. I welcome Kim to talk to this. Kim's just requested that he could remain seated for his presentation so he can focus on his notes on his computer.
Excellent.
You can.
Thank you, Worship.
Your Worship, am I able to make an amendment for this, or do I need to do it for recommendations?
Before, not at this stage.
After questions.
After questions.
After this.
After questions, we go discussion, we go presentation, questions of Kim's report.
My understanding was if there was going to be a change, I needed before all this, it needs to be the person. It's just in regards to recommendation 4.
What's the protocol?
Yeah. So we go through questions first, and then before the recommendations are put, that would be your chance then to suggest a change to what those recommendations.
Okay, so if I come up with a new motion, it's not be rejected because of the time or the structure.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We'll go
Yeah.
through questions and then before the recommendations.
You won't miss it.
No, just might have in the past.
Over to you, Kim.
Great. Thank you, Your Worship. The report before Council today concerns the government simplifying local government forms and the opportunity for Council to participate in a voluntary Head Start pathway. This is a significant governance decision. It's not about day-to-day operational matters or next year's annual plan. Rather, it relates to how local government in our region may evolve over the coming years under the government's reform program. The government has invited councils to either participate in the voluntary Head Start pathway or await the compulsory backstop reforms proposed to commence following the 2028 local elections. The decision before Council today is relatively straightforward. Firstly, does the Council wish to participate in the Head Start process? And if the answer is yes, the second decision is which proposal, if any, should be submitted to the government for further consideration. A Wellington Wairarapa Unitary Authority proposal or a Wairarapa Unitary Authority proposal. It's equally important to be clear about what today's decision is not. Today's decision is not a decision to amalgamate. It is not a decision to abolish existing councils, and it's not a final decision on the future structure of local government in this region. Today's decision is simply where the council wishes to submit a proposal for government's consideration as part of the Head Start process. Should Cabinet decide to progress a proposal moved to a detailed design phase involving further analysis, community engagement, financial modelling, and legislative consideration before any final decisions are made. To assist councillors with their decision, 3 Wairarapa councils have commissioned 2 independent pieces of work. Martin Jenkins has assessed the Wellington Wairarapa proposal, and Morrison Lowe has benchmarked the feasibility of a standalone Wairarapa unitary authority. These reports examine different propositions using different methodologies. Neither is intended to be a detailed business case, and both acknowledge that they were prepared within a compressed timeframe using high-level assumptions and modelling. And that reflects really the timeframe established by the government's process. Recognising the importance of understanding the potential financial implications, officers also undertook an additional high-level financial analysis to test the potential rates impact of a standalone Wairarapa unitary authority. And while that work doesn't substitute for a fully developed business case, it broadly supports the direction of the independent analysis, and it reinforces that the eventual financial outcomes will depend on assumptions around transition costs, around efficiency gains, and future funding arrangements for shared regional services. These are matters that will require considerably more detailed analysis should any proposal progress beyond this stage. Accordingly, there are uncertainties. There are also opportunities and risks associated with each of the options before you. And for that reason, the report does not recommend a preferred outcome. Instead, it sets out the opportunities, the risks, and the trade-offs associated with each option, recognising that elected members may reasonably reach different conclusions based on the same information. Ultimately, this is a governance decision. It is for you as elected members to determine the course of action you consider the best that will serve the long-term interests of this district. The role of officers has been to provide a balanced, objective advice to support your decision-making, and I expect that there will be differing views around the council table this morning. That's entirely appropriate, given the significance and the complexities of the issues before you. I encourage today's discussion to focus on the evidence presented in the report and the matters that are relevant to the decision council. Thank you, Your Worship. David, Karen and I are very happy to answer any questions of the report.
Do we have any questions?
I'd like to make an amendment to recommendations. So recommendation 4, which reads is delegates authority to the Mayor Chief Executive together to negotiate with participating councils, make minor amendments and submit the final Head Start proposal to government for consideration when agreed. I'd like that to be changed to that the chief, or removed altogether, or changed to that the Chief Executive report back to Council with recommendations for the detailed design of the third option, including governance arrangements, resources, funding, reporting arrangements, community engagement, and the role of elected members in the detailed design process. And the reason why I'd like that to be in there is I'd like elected members to have say in this process as opposed to just having it.
Okay, so everyone's noted Tim's intention.
Can we ask questions?
No, we're going to do questions. Jump the gun a bit, but that's okay. Do we have questions, please? Councillor Bowyer.
Got 2 questions. Can you just go back to the start of your report and you talked about what this is not? You made 3 points.
Yep.
Then I've got a follow-up question.
So today's decision to amalgamate.
Not a decision.
It's not a decision to amalgamate. So, and it's not a decision to abolish existing councils. And it's not a final decision on the future structure of local government. All of that would obviously need to go to council and to the government by way of a proposal and be accepted at the government. So really, there are still decision points here throughout this process.
Okay. My follow-up question is, when I look at the examples that were given to us from the DIA, example 1 and 2, it indicates to me that if a council makes a decision, it can drag another council into it, whether or not they want to or not.
That's correct on the basis that you have two authorities or two territorial authorities that could do that within this area or a bigger population.
So to me, that indicates we can force another council to do something it doesn't want to do.
That's correct.
So I'm not comfortable with it. So after questions, I may look at putting in another amendment. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson?
Just clarifying what's happening with my recommendation.
Well, nothing until we've done questions, Tim.
Okay. A question just regarding Craig. So just in relation to the question that you've asked, would it be the same that a council that doesn't choose to join, say, a Wairarapa unitary authority could drag the other two councils, for example, to that model? So essentially being the same thing.
If the population is larger, yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Only if the population is larger.
Sorry, just repeat that. If there are two.
Yeah. So say we were all doing this at the same time,
Yep.
and for example, Carterton chose to go with Wellington,
Yep.
and South Wairarapa District Council and Masterton chose to go with Wellington to be a unitary authority in the Wairarapa. Could Carterton's decision to go with Wellington influence what happens to the other two councils?
So it would be those two councils. That's correct, isn't it, Karen? So the majority of it's either two councils combined or a majority population. So an example, Wellington City and Hutt City could say that we would like to bring the Wairarapa into a proposal for Wellington. That could occur.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So if today, for example, I'll put it into what could happen.
Yeah.
This council chose to go as part of a Wairarapa Unitary Authority. South Wairarapa chose not to. There is still it could still go ahead as a Wairarapa Unitary Authority, and South Wairarapa could be forced to become part of the Unitary Authority.
that could occur, but that could occur, yes.
Yeah, is that likely to occur in your
Oh,
view?
look, I won't speak to this council.
No, not in terms of what South Wairarapa is doing or what we're doing, but could it happen if that scenario presented itself?
Yes, it could happen.
So it could happen. Yep.
Yeah, but however, you could very similarly, like Carterton has done, is put a resolution forward, which failed. And that resolution was to not drag anyone or co-opt any other council into an arrangement.
No, that resolution wasn't put forward in that meeting. It was suggested, but it was removed. There was no
Okay.
resolution put. So just for clarification, if, for example, we today chose to go to the Unitary Authority and South Wairarapa chose not to, the Unitary Authority could still happen. And conversely, if South Wairarapa chose to go with the Wellington model, it doesn't completely scuttle the chances of the Unitary Authority of Wairarapa.
It doesn't, no.
No.
No, so there are still lots of options and dynamics that could occur depending on the way that people vote. So the way also that Wellington might want to also bring in the Wairarapa into their model.
Yeah.
Or let's say that Masterton chooses to go Wairarapa alongside Carterton. We can also then bring the proposal forward, which includes South Wairarapa, regardless of how they vote.
Okay, so if a motion such as Councillor Boyers was to go forward, then we would expect South Wairarapa to do the same thing for us not to be dragged into the Wellington model. If, for example, you'd hope that the same thing would happen, otherwise Councillor Boyers would be pointless, really.
Yeah, wouldn't know, you know, when we think about what they do, hope is something, you know, it's hope is uncertain.
Yep, thank you.
And difficult to make decisions now when they're making this afternoon, but that's what we're faced with, so it's time for decision. Wairika.
Ora. Thank you, Kim. I just have a partai. If today is not a decision to amalgamate or to abolish councils, then how is it that we are able to drag other councils into our decision today?
Today's decision is simply on whether or not the council wishes to submit a proposal to the government for consideration as part of the Head Start process.
Councillor Goodwin, then Councillor Cathell.
Got the impression from the previous conversation that Masterton and Carterton could go together. Is that what you said? Because that's my impression, based on population and catchment, is that wouldn't be the case.
The thing is, the proposal and the work we've done to date through Morris and Lowe combines the three councils together. So having now an extra, of days to be able to submit just a Carterton and Masterton proposal, I think we'd be struggling to do that. My view is you'd probably, if you were going to go down that path, you would submit a Wairarapa unitary proposal than a two council proposal. It doesn't eliminate that. It's not impossible, but all the modelling to date has been done on the three councils.
In the government criteria too, it does say that if you choose to submit a proposal, you should submit a proposal based on what you think is the best outcome for the region. So that, hence, in answer to your question, Tim, that's where it comes along the theory that you can co-opt or drag, some people use another council into your proposal if you think it's the best thing for the region. Councillor Goodwin?
Sorry, just to query that, the best
It's subjective.
scenario for the region, but our decision is limited, I would have thought, to our electors, to the people that vote for us, our citizens.
Yes, yes, correct. Councillor Cathell?
Watching on the Gore Council yesterday, they, as part of their recommendations, they decided to press on with two particular amalgamation options, looking at both joining with Southland District Council on their own and also joining with Invercargill. We're only here looking at one. That recommended, that situation doesn't seem to exist with us. If we decided to continue on, could we continue on with both options and say we want to negotiate until we get more detailed information on both the Wairarapa and the Wairarapa Wellington one?
Yeah, you can answer that one.
So I'm not sure about what the wording is from Gore and whether they actually decided to be part of two proposals or to not put in a proposal and continue negotiating. We were advised by a representative from what was the DIA that you could put in a proposal or you could be part of two proposals, but it wouldn't be looked on favourably. They would prefer that you make a decision which one that you wanted to be part of. That was the advice that was given to us. So that's why we've structured the recommendations the way that they are. Some other councils have said that putting in a proposal, as you have been discussing, put in a proposal only with those that want to be part of the proposal, but also continuing to negotiate with others that have not said they wanted to be part of it. So leaving that door open that through a detailed design process, there could be councils that move into a proposal. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm really just wanting a straight answer, I guess. Yeah, and I'm not saying that, no, that was good, but an answer as to whether we could actually go down that track.
We could put in a being part of two proposals. Whether that would be accepted by the DIA or not is another matter. their preference was to pick a proposal. But I don't think there's anything in the guidance or the legislation so far the guidance itself that's precluding that.
So what you're saying, if we felt around this table that we didn't have enough detailed information on either proposal, we could decide to continue negotiations with both parties.
You could, and you could make a decision to be part of both proposals. So it could be, we're going to go in for both of them, so we will necessarily carry on negotiating, or you could say, we're not going to be part of the proposals, but we do want to continue negotiating with. Two options for you.
Can I just speak to that?
We'll go Craig, David, Tim.
Just to speak to that, Gary, tomorrow's Wellington City Council meeting, item 5.10, item 4.2 on page 48, number 10, they have in their paper, agrees that further discussions be held with any councils that do not support the Head Start proposal to explore whether they wish to continue to work collaboratively.
Councillor
Can you say that again and explain it? Correct? I'm not going to pretend I understand the
No,
show.
no, I can fully explain.
Sorry,
Read the
yeah,
words.
Craig.
It says item 10, again, item 2.2, page 48, number 10, agrees that further discussions be held with any councils that do not support the Head Start proposal to explore whether they wish to continue to work collaboratively on a regional basis. Now that's the decision. So that's the decision they will make. They can say no to that. Yeah. Do you want to? Karen has just pointed out maybe a flaw in one of them.
No, it's not a flaw, it's an addition.
Authorised. Before that, it has authorises the chair of the mayoral forum to submit the proposal to government on behalf of those councils who have agreed to it by the 9th of August. So that's saying,
If you agree, you
if you
work
agree,
proposal. If you don't, you won't.
Yes. But then down the bottom, further down, it then says agrees that further discussions be held.
So what did you say, sorry, Beck? So
It's saying that they'll move forward with the proposal with the TAs that have agreed, but essentially saying, but they'll leave the door open for further discussions with those who haven't.
But they could also, but they could also by vote take that out.
Councillor Holmes?
It's clear that our constituents want a unitary.
We're doing questions.
I'm just going to ask the question, what happens this afternoon if South Wairarapa reject this and want to go as Wellington? That means, as Kim has rightly pointed out before, they have the population down there. They could drag us all into Wellington anyway.
Well, the final decision rests with the government.
But that's still a fair indication. If that happens this afternoon, it's always open. This whole business is so convoluted.
So your question was to get that clarified?
My question is, if South Wairarapa vote to go with Wellington this afternoon, Wellington have the right, and it looks like they do have the right to drag everybody into it. Drag the rest of the Wairarapa into it.
Well, that's always been an option as part of the criteria for simplifying local government. So I would no doubt suggest that today, right now, you'll have South Wairarapa watching what we're doing and you're going to vote. And that may impact today on decision.
Tim, you had a question? And then we'll go to AJ.
Yep, just to follow up to that one. So if, for example, this relates to what your question, what I said before, had South Wairarapa's meeting been at 9:30 and ours had been at 3 o'clock and they had chosen to go with Wellington, then our meeting would have been essentially void.
No, you'd still have a decision.
Yep, okay.
You'd absolutely still have.
That's good. Yeah, my question is, so we've spoken about time in the process a whole lot along the last few weeks. If we choose today to go with the Wairarapa Unitary Authority, then that essentially gives us until May next year to put in a proposal. that could or could not be rejected by central government.
That gives us 3 days to put a proposal in.
That proposal, but the detailed plan would be until May next year.
We would work through that, yes, over that time.
Okay, but if we chose to go with the Wellington model today, then that completely takes the Wairarapa model out of the picture. So that's the end of the Wairarapa model.
Unless South Wairarapa choose to choose to go a Wairarapa authority with Carterton, then they can put a proposal forward and pull us in.
But going on population, that would be quite unlikely. So if we were to put in a Wairarapa, we today decided to go with the Wairarapa Unitary Authority, and that would give us that period of time to develop a plan, a detailed plan that could or could potentially not be accepted by central government.
Yep.
So if we're asking for time, that will give us time around that particular model. If we chose to go with Wellington, then that model is completely gone. And apart from what you just said, which would be far more unlikely.
Yes, so so essentially, if you choose a Wairarapa model today,
Yep.
And we submit on a Wairarapa proposal,
Mhm.
however that may land with South
Yep.
Wairarapa, then we will have time to work up all of the detail
Yep.
in a far more considered way over the next period of time. So the next number of months.
So it gives us that time we've all been asking for.
It's certainly
If that wasn't going to work clearly, then central government would still put in the backstop option that would supersede that anyway.
absolutely.
But again, if we went with the Wairarapa option today, we'd have the time to come up with that plan that may or may not work, working together to try and make that work for the Wairarapa. So that could, that's.
So your question's been answered, Tim?
Yep, thank you.
AJ?
Thank you, Kim, for the update.
Sorry.
Oh, you're right. This is probably a Karen question, coming in a little bit late. I'm keen to understand what conversations were had when I'm reading the context of the report around simplifying government Head Start program. The reference in that consultation with our communities is around a regional council, but then we end up in a local government conversation as well. I just want to understand how we went from asking around regional councils and whether we establish or disestablish them to amalgamation of local government.
I think I understand your question. So previously the government consulted through a discussion document on abolishing the regional councillors, the regional council and functions, abolishing the councillors and the mayors of the local authorities within that region forming a board. And this is before the 2028 elections, and so for the next 2 years effectively running the regional council functions as well as running the local authority functions. We put in a submission, our council put in a submission amongst many to say that that was unrealistic for many different reasons, and the government has listened to that, and this is why they've then announced the Head Start proposals to say, if you want to, because a lot of councils came back and said, if you want central government wants to amalgamate or have larger unitaries, then just do that. And so that was why the government came out and said, okay, then if you want to get together and put in a proposal, then you can. If you don't, then it will be that backstop. So the backstop will be, it won't come into effect before 28 elections. The regional councillors will be replaced by something, whether it's that board of mayors or whether it's a commissioner or a different body, I guess, and then they will then work through that backstop proposal too. The next couple of years, how do we divvy up the regional council functions to what is left? Does that answer your question?
Are there any other questions? Oh, AJ, yeah.
I just wanted to ask, you know, it looked like it is a complex decision that we're making, but any further information around the RMA since the papers have been prepared or our last briefing around functions of RMA or impact on regional council?
So we're still awaiting the detail of the bill, but the government have signalled that when they talk about the region, they're still looking at the Wellington region. So when we're talking about regional spatial planning, it would be on a regional Wellington basis. So if you agreed and a proposal for the Wairarapa was accepted and the government didn't change the legislation, because they could change the legislation, and I think what we've said in the Wairarapa proposal is that it would make sense if we asked the government to change the RMA legislation so that when they talk about a region, they're talking about the Wairarapa. So we would have a Wairarapa spatial plan. If that doesn't happen and they still want to continue with the Wellington region, then the Wairarapa plan will be one of those chapters, which is effectively a land use chapter, and everything else will need to be decided. All the environmental protection will be decided at the regional level, and we would have to input into that.
Councillor Bowyer.
So this is into a question. The question is, I'll ask a question, then I'll ask. So do you believe there has been enough consultation with the people of Marsden over this this decision today, bearing in mind that we've had two surveys basically, one which was very about do you want to amalgamate with Wellington or not, another one giving some possible financial scenarios. Do you believe that's been enough consultation for the people of Marsden to actually know what is the decision being made today?
Well, the answer is absolutely no. There's been very little communication based on the timeline set by the government. There's really limited. So that's why I think, you know, that if we go to the next stage, it's the decision, then that's when community engagement is part of this process. But right now it's a no.
And my response to that too is we haven't consulted. We've only had a small window of opportunity to engage with information that we have, which isn't complete, which is based on assumptions, and which has been cobbled together as best as can be in a terrifically short time frame.
Just
But we've I believe that we've temperature checked the community in a very short time frame, but we definitely haven't consulted. We haven't had the chance to.
You probably won't answer this question. So do you believe, considering the timeframes and everything that's gone on, that really the government is being more dictatorship than democratic?
I won't comment on that, Councillor.
It's an unfair question.
Getting set up.
Councillor Cummings.
Kia ora. I just note that in your presentation you said that there was no preferred outcome, but on page 169 of the report it says the heading is our preferred model is a unitary body with empowered local governance. And I also felt like the paper kind of lent, you know, that was the first paper to read was the Wellington regional one. But I was wondering why we didn't have in the reverse order, because those reports came before this report.
Well, yeah, they're two independent reports. It's not Marsden and District Council's preferred model. This is the Wellington model, really, the collective of councils. So, yeah.
Okay. I didn't read it like that, but that's all right.
Okay.
Thank you. I see how that could be the case.
Just need to print them out and shuffle them.
I would love to print them out.
Still get all the information. Councillor Cappell.
To continue down the line, I'm been quite interested in this idea of continuing on negotiations on both proposals. Could we have that? Can we have that as an option? A clear option to say that we continue to negotiate both with the under Wairarapa Unitary and Wairarapa Wellington Unitary?
I think if you are choosing to go backstop and then have those conversations continuing in the background, yes, but you really need to decide whether we're going to submit a proposal, and will it be a Wairarapa Unitary proposal or a Wellington one. Really, they're probably the decisions here today. There's always going through the local government commission, and that's a longer process. It's a separate discussion that can be had. But the issue is, at the moment, I believe they're probably paused until we see what the outcome is of the Head Start proposal. So I don't think that'll speed anything up at all.
See, the only difference the thing I would say though, if you go to backstop, you basically, and at the moment, I think, quite frankly, it's the only way we can go. We're bringing the government in and saying, okay, you make the decision. If we bring a recommendation in that we look at both options, we're actually saying to the government, we don't want you to make the decision. We want to make the decision, but we want more information on both those.
That's sort of been a default of backstop, because you can't make a decision right now. Really, where it comes down to today is, if you want to proceed with a proposal, you've got to back a horse, and you've got to work out what's the best one for Masterton. I think that's where it needs to sort of.
What I'm saying is, if we can't work out the best one,
well, then it's backstop. Councillor, it's backstop. I don't think we'll be running another process. I just don't. I don't see that that's. Oh, you know, am I wrong on that? Sharon, do you think?
The council can make the decision to go backstop, but continue to negotiate with both parties. But whether that works for the government.
Councillor Collins.
Is it possible to go backstop and, like you say, continue, but can we have that written in as part of a proposal? So we choose backstop, but we would like to go, and would that be still binding? Would we still have any rights to look at the other options?
Not sure on that. I think it's either you want to submit a proposal or you don't. And if you don't, then it's status quo at the moment. And it's been pretty clear from the government, they will make the decision. So having side conversations, I think I think we might lose that opportunity. You know, you look at Wellington as an example, those conversations that was within those resolutions, I suppose, would be revolving around transport, because that's has connectivity through to the Kapiti and it has connectivity through to the Wairarapa. So those conversations and negotiations still have to happen. So that, you know, but again, we have limited information. I don't want to be speculating. You know, you've got the reports in front of you, and it's a tough decision, but we've got to work that out.
Councillor Goodwin, then Councillor Luna.
And I just wanted to follow up on what Councillor Careful said. Because I mean, there is uncertainty about pursuing two options. Well, welcome to the world of uncertainty.
Yep.
Everything. There are no business cases. And it certainly sounds to me that keeps two doors open and gives us options.
So what's your question, Brent? We're still on question.
The question is, it's really the same question
Yes,
that
Gary.
Councillor Careful. Can we not vote to pursue two options? Wairarapa Unitary and Wellington.
I think that's been answered by Karen already.
So the answer is yes.
Well, the answer was that the government was wanting essentially for the territorial authority to preferably put in one submission rather than multiple.
They don't always get what they want, though, do they?
Well, no, they don't. You know, I think it still comes back to either do we want to put a proposal in, or is it backstop? And backstop means you can negotiate with whoever you like, whether they want to negotiate with you, because they'll still be putting another proposal in, whoever that might be, or not. So yeah, so ultimately, but
if I understand what you just said, though, if you voted for backstop, you are implicitly, from what you said, able to negotiate for both options.
well, the government will decide. So by going backstop, because what you're suggesting is that we
Don't submit a proposal.
don't submit a proposal, we continue discussing with both parties. Is that correct?
Yes,
So then it would be a backstop, wouldn't it? And then the conversations would get on the site. Is that what you're, do you know? So it's,
not 100% sure.
yeah,
It's, I'm trying to keep the door open and buy us more time, to be honest, because I know I'm not ready to really make a decision from what I've read today. And possibly others, you know, there is a lot of confusion. So I'm wondering if by opting to specify, to negotiate for both of them, you do keep that away. I don't know what's, it sounds like others have done it, or
We'll go to AJ, then councillor Lennox, then councillor Nelson.
For those that might be interested in the kind of dollar each way with both, I'm interested in how much we've spent on consultants to date on this. And then we enter into a negotiation and then potentially we do detailed design with 2 other councils. Do we have a rough estimate of that cost?
yeah, not specifically on that. We do know what the establishment costs are if it does advance.
The detailed
So-
design phase, whatever we choose, how much have we budgeted for that?
We haven't budgeted for the detailed design yet. You know, our current spend, when we look at what we combined for the Wairarapa with Morris and Lowe was 1,000, so divide that by 3 councils. Wellington one is substantially more, that's probably close to 270,000 divided by all the councils there too. We've only contributed a very small component towards Wellington, and we've equally contributed between the 3 councils to the Morrison. Again, the next stage, if it was to go to that, would certainly incur external consultancy and designing costs. So, but it's been imposed, you know, if we go down that path, that's.
Councillor Lennox.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I just want to confirm that there's been no other further information that's come to light to the officers or anyone else around the table since the agenda's been put out to the public. Any new information, anything like that around this? Nothing else, just before we go into making decisions. No, cool. Thank you.
Councillor Nelson,
No, I was just going to reiterate my point before about going with the Wairarapa.
are there any further questions? Councillor
My
Bowyer?
question is about about the possible recommendation that I'd like to put forward around not forcing any other council on board.
We can come to that when we won't forget that, and all yours, Tim. So do we have any other questions? Anything?
So
We'll go through them.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so we're on page 1, 2, 3. The first recommendation is that Council 1 receives the Head Start proposal report. Can we do, I'll do them separately. So all those in favour? Moved by councillor Holmes, seconded by councillor Bowyer. All those in favour? Say aye.
Aye.
Against. Then as we move through the recommendations, what we will do is go around the room so that everyone has a chance to speak. It's really important that everyone contributes to the discussion, and also that we, you know, and I just want to point out too that it's okay not to agree with somebody who's your colleague. It's been a stressful time, been a lot of information in a short time and a lot of pressure. So please speak freely. It's about what we're considering. It's not about people or personalities, but it's okay not to agree. And that's why there's so many different people sitting around the table. So we will go round to make sure that everyone contributes to the discussion. So the first point 2 is agrees either to participate in the Head Start pathway for simplifying local government or not to participate in the Head Start pathway for simplifying local government. I'd like to move that we do not participate in the Head Start pathway. Do I have a seconder for that
Yes,
motion?
I'll second that.
Seconded by councillor Cathell. And now we're open for discussion on that first part, which is whether we submit a proposal or not. As I've moved it, I'd like to speak to the recommendation first. Okay. I do have some notes, so excuse me for reading them. In May, we were told by central government to amalgamate. We were given an impossibly short, unrealistic timeframe of 3 months to gather information, evaluate costs and consider options. Since then, we've all been working frantically, and I acknowledge the time and resources that staff particularly have put into it. And we've all felt the frustration and the pressure. And as we come to the end of the process, I find that I have more questions than answers. Who will pay for what? Can we afford it? Who will benefit? Who will deliver our regional services? Who will fund our regional transport? Will we lose our local voice? What will happen to Māori wards and iwi representation? When will our community be consulted? What will the impact be on rates? And what does our community think? I find there are so many gaps in the information, and any answers we do have are based on assumptions and crystal ball gazing. And then at the end of it, we are left with 2 models to choose from, going with Wellington, which our community doesn't want, or choosing Wairarapa, which it doesn't look like we can afford. We asked government to slow down. Why not wait for the general election? Why not wait for the RMA reform changes to kick in? Why not wait till water services had transitioned? And government refused. Government has said jump, and I believe we've said how high. And I'm in no rush to make a bad decision for the future generations of our community. We know that there are efficiencies to be had through amalgamation, but we also know that currently Wairarapa's rates aren't enough now to fund our regional transport and our catchment management. Wairarapa has 70% of Wellington's land mass with only 10% of the population. There is currently a $22 million shortfall, which is subsidised by Wellington ratepayers. If we have to foot that bill, that could be an 11% to 17% rates increase on already a financially challenged Masterton community. And if you support a model, you support these assumptions because that's the information we've been given. And I wouldn't want to be sitting around the table when those rate bills come in. And I haven't even mentioned yet the estimated $42 million worth of establishment costs. Personally, I'm not prepared to throw Masterton under the bus on assumptions that might be true. We can't afford it. When your grandmother on a fixed income receives a rates bill that's $700 higher and a water bill that she's never had before, will she start feeding her cat before she feeds herself? 32% of our residents in Masterton are on fixed incomes. I'm not prepared to gamble on Masterton's financial future. I need to remind everyone that this is a voluntary process, even though it doesn't really feel like that. If we are in doubt, feeling pressured, uncertain, or uninformed, we shouldn't submit a proposal. We have 2 years to get answers to the questions we still have, particularly who's going to fund regional transport and catchment management. We will have time to consult with our community. We can learn from others as the models and proposals are accepted and they roll out. We can watch how it unfolds and what models evolve. I'm happy to buy a ticket to the show, but I'm not prepared to join the circus. I propose that we say no to this government and choose not to submit a proposal. Stella, we'll go around the room.
Is this just on this number 2 recommendation?
Yeah, because we can't move forward to number 3 until we've.
Proposal's not to split.
Okay, but then we'll get a chance to, yeah, okay.
Well, you only move to number 3.
I get it.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I've thought very carefully about this decision today, and I will be supporting the Wairarapa Unitary Authority option to progress. I recognise there's a lot of unknowns. We don't know yet the final structure, the representation model, the boundaries, the financial position, or exactly how a new authority will even operate. But I don't believe that is a reason not to take the first step. In fact, I believe it is the reason to take the first step. Today, we're not being asked to sign off a finished model. We know that. We're not determining the final fate of local government in our region either. However, as Chris Bishop quoted today in the Post, this process is for those who are sort of keen to shape their own destiny and get ahead of the pack. So this is our only chance to get ahead. And my question is, why wouldn't we put Wairarapa's best foot forward on that first rung of the ladder? And why wouldn't we do that for our Masterton people as well? Ultimately, government will have a significance to say in what happens, and that to me is even more of a reason to put forward a strong, compelling case for a Wairarapa solution. If we don't clearly articulate what we believe is best for our region now, we then risk allowing someone else to shape our future for us. I campaigned on working together regionally. I campaigned for a Wairarapa amalgamation. And I campaigned on doing what is best for the people of Masterton, while recognising that Masterton's future is tied to the future of a wider Wairarapa, not Wellington. I also don't believe we should be making a decision based on assumptions and financial modelling at this early stage, as those figures are not yet established. There's so many questions still unanswered, but we have to make a decision on the next step today. So I'm putting that stuff aside and I'm trying to come up with an idea and a solution in my head of what's best for the people of Masterton. The surveys that we carried out, the first one had an overwhelming response for a Wairarapa Unitary model. We then went out to the public again on the second survey that had some detail around some assumptions and modelling. I'm not even considering that survey result because I felt the survey in itself was very leaning towards people, I wouldn't say scaremongering, but I felt it was sort of unfair to throw those assumptions out to our public. That's just my opinion. I've also had conversations with my own community, 162 comments on my own platforms, around 90% of which supported a Wairarapa-wide solution rather than becoming part of Wellington. Wairarapa wants to shape its own future. So let's do the work. Let's start with a clean sheet and explore a bespoke model designed around our region. And I really like, Tim, that you've added in a recommendation that I hope will pass, involving us all around what we can create for this amazing region. I want to make sure our communities, our catchments, our area relationships, our geography and needs, unique needs are met and listened to. I feel like we'll be gobbled up if we get sucked into a big Wairarapa plan. And look, we don't have all the answers today, but I really do believe we can make this work. We're a region of clever people, smart people, innovative people. And I think the future, long term, I am a visionist, shows me in my heart and head that a regional wide approach is where we need to head. So I believe this decision should be about one thing, putting Wairarapa's best foot forward from the get-go and doing what is right for the people of Masterton and this region and this future. Therefore, I won't be supporting Bex's recommendation not to participate, but I will, in the next stage, when we get past that resolution, support a Wairarapa Unitary model. Thank you.
Thanks, Stella. Tim.
Thank you, Stella. Like Stella, I won't be supporting your recommendation. And there's a few key points I just want to go over. I think with this decision, like I said before, we have time now, if we go with the Wairarapa decision, to develop something, to plan something, if my recommendation gets passed, for all of us to have significant input before that is submitted in May. So that is a significant period of time. If that isn't to work, if these three councils simply can't work together, it's not palatable to any of them, then of course it will be the backstop model. So we're looking at either or today just by going with the Wairarapa model. With Wairarapa, as elected representatives, there's 9 of us in this room, there's a few from other areas as well. We are all so approachable and we're so easily accessible in our small region. How many times have all of us been approached in the street as elected representatives, as the voices for our people to have impact in this room? If this is part of Wellington, I believe that local choice is going to go. I think we won't be a local council, we'll be a regional council. Those people, the people that our constituents want to speak to get to the people at our level, I believe will be almost inaccessible. I think that what I heard recently when I attended another council meeting from Deputy Mayor down in Carterton, she suggested that blank paper approach, and I've suggested it as well, and it's had huge amounts of positive feedback, where we actually build something from scratch. This is our opportunity again, not just to be thrown to the walls of Wellington or the larger pool, but us have direct input into what we want for our constituents. The backstop model doesn't give us that. That's just giving the government the authority, the ability to make a decision for us. At least if we go with the Wairarapa, we're going to have direct input into that process. I think the time thing is significant. Again, if we go with the Wairarapa model, we've heard time factor mentioned again and again and again. This gives us time to work together again with other councils. One council which has already made the decision to be part of the Wairarapa Unitary Authority, to work together with them again for our Wairarapa community to make this work for us. I love the idea of building something from scratch, as I mentioned before. Again, as elected representatives, to have our ability to contribute towards this. I know this is the same for the other council that voted last week, because I heard it mentioned around their table. And if at least 2 of us are doing that, then hopefully the 3rd will come on board as well. So again, I strongly endorse the Wairarapa model. Time is such a huge factor. Local voice is such a huge factor. When we hear about things like the Greater Wellington Regional Council costs, there's huge amounts of assumptions, which is acknowledged in all the reports that we've read, and it looks at the worst case scenario again and again and again for us with that model. What about a best case scenario where we find real efficiencies that we can do in the Wairarapa again to come up with what's best for us? Not just bunging the 3 councils together, hoping it will work, but actually designing something that, again, people could, we design something from scratch. Sorry, I lost my way a little bit there. And that's where we go from, not just putting the 3 councils together and hoping it will work. It needs to be a deliberate process, not an accidental or an incidental process. So that's my position. I hope it works. I hope it's supported. And I hope that we take the time to do this properly. Oh, and one more thing, just with the consultation, I will mention the consultation that came out that I believe is heavily weighted in terms of probably looking at the Wellington model. Even with that weighted survey, 56% of people who responded, of the 354 that responded, chose to stay with the Wairarapa Unitary Authority. The earlier survey was significantly more, but 54% compared to 36%. Again, if you're just looking at that, would give you a significant mandate. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Tim. Robin.
First, I'd say that iwi will support whatever the councillors go. But life tells me that you don't make good decisions in 3 months. And I was talking with my colleague here about a man who wants to get married after meeting the girl after 3 months. He seriously got, p-whipped.
That's not exactly how it works.
Yeah, well, I couldn't say the other word because it rhymed with runt. But honestly, I think the government has got that light bulb moment that a Labor government had a number of years ago. And there's a lot of disconnect, especially with communities that it relies on to vote. And you're heading into an election and, all bets are off.
or probably 6 or 7 weeks after the election. I do believe that you need to consider the 30% of your residents, whether they be ratepayers or renters, who are on fixed incomes. And we all hear about people on Struggle Street. There will always be people on Struggle Street. I will tell you that as an Aucklander, pre-Super City, the rates were $1,700 a year for my home. They are currently $4,000. I like a Super City, but they come with a number of bells and whistles that you actually have to pay for. I've never seen a cheap amalgamation. I do believe that there needs to be a lot more conducive conversation about how we eventually amalgamate. Because I actually believe amalgamation is the way to go. I heard the question being asked of our CE earlier today. The real question that you should have asked the CE, in my personal opinion, is that even if the 3 councils in Wairarapa were to say Wairarapa Unitary Authority, does Wellington and Porirua still have the numbers to pull the whole of Wairarapa in? Because that's probably the real case of where Wairarapa, where Masterton is today, is that irrespective of the decision made today, it's actually going to rely on people who have no real investment in Masterton, Carterton, or South District Wairarapa Council, but for their own ends deciding that actually Wairarapa can come with us and like it or lump it. I think that should have been the real question asked of the CE, is whether or not whatever decision is made today, does Wellington and Porirua still have the grunt to pull in Wairarapa? And I actually believe it's yes. So you've got Solomon's choice. There's no good choice. You're going to have to cut that child in half and offer it up. And the reality is, I don't want to be in your shoes, and that's why I enjoyed the vote. But the reality is that you actually don't have to make that decision today. You can actually do, as I believe, what our mayor, our worship, has actually said, and just carry on down that particular pathway. No negotiation finishes just after you've had the vote. You've got to carry on negotiating. I actually believe the Crown will actually move around a little bit on its supposed stance and just see where that goes. But that's my opinion. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Robin.
Thank you, Robin. Gary.
Well, I know this is going to make me sound like a grumpy old bugger, but I think that this whole debate does make you grumpy. Because what brushes me off that we're here today being asked to make one of the most consequential decisions in the council's history without the benefit of clear, proper and concise information as to what amalgamation will mean to us. And more importantly, what it will mean to our ratepayers. And that's no matter what option we settle on. I hurry to add that this lack of information is no fault of our council officers or our outside consultants. Between them, they've produced a multiple of reports under what I'd consider to be impossible circumstances. And they've done a superb job. So thank you to the officers. No, the fault, in my opinion, lays clearly with government and the demands they have placed on councils to submit an amalgamation proposal in such a ridiculously short time frame. And by doing so, they have turned this whole process into a sham. I mean, it's the only word for it. It's a sham. And it's put councils in a position where they have to endure constant public criticism about the lack of consultation. Yet how can we consult on something that we don't ourselves know anything about in terms of the actual detail? I mean, that's ridiculous. What the current process does, in fact, is encourage councillors to make decisions on the basis of hope, meaning they can have little real conviction they are on the right track. And we've heard that today. I'm not saying Councillor Lennox and Councillor Nelson, I'm sure, are very sincere in what they're saying. But what they're saying is based on hope that this will happen. We might be able to build from the bottom up. We could get on with the other councils and do this. That's hope. I don't think you can make a decision so important as this on hope. To me, it's unreasonable and unfair, and it would disappoint me if any councillor around this table falls into that trap. The plain truth is that we as a council don't have the knowledge to make a firm commitment to either a Wellington unitary or a Wellington Wairarapa unitary. So the only alternative right now is to go back to the backstop option, which in essence places any form of amalgamation on hold for at least 12 months and provides an opportunity for us to engage with those who support the Wairarapa unitary, those who support our Wellington Wairarapa unitary. It gives us that opportunity to engage more with them, to engage with government as to what the best option would be for our ratepayers. And by doing that, we would not be disagreeing with the premise of local government reform, but rather saving money, time and resources on continuing a process which is flawed, to say the least. Now, I appreciate there'll be some misgivings from those who see the backstop option as placing our future solely in government hands. To them, to you people who think that, I say, look at recent comments made by the Minister of Local Government, Simon Watts, who has said the backstop option will be informed by lessons from the Head Start program, as well as feedback from consultation, and that local voice would be important through the design of the backstop. Now, what this says to me is that if we vote for backstop today, and within the next few months can come up with a consultation plan which meets approved standards regarding costs and efficiencies, both for a Wairarapa unitary and a Wellington Wairarapa unitary, the results of this consultation would very probably guide the next steps of the amalgamation progress, which to me makes a lot more sense than punting. And that's what we'll be doing, is punting on one of the options today and regretting we did that in the weeks ahead. Supporting backstop is not giving up. It is in fact starting afresh and establishing a proposal which we can all live with. And by all means, and by those means, I mean not only us councillors, but our ratepayers as well. And if we go backstop, we're in pretty good company because other councils have done the same. Ruapehu, Upper Hutt, Manawatu, Rangitikei, Tararua, Ashburton, Kaipara, Wairoa. They've all, Taupo, they've all gone backstop. And in terms of the surveys, could I just mention a couple of things? There's been a lot made than saying the second surveys wasn't worth a tin of whatever. But the first survey was okay. The first survey, if you remember, basically was only about the Wairarapa unitary. It had no information whatever on the Wellington Wairarapa one. So obviously people were going to vote for it. There was no other way they could do it. The second one, I agree, was rushed because it had to be, and it only got 345 respondents anyway. 90% of our ratepayers have not told us through those surveys what they actually think. So I think that while surveys are important, they're not referendums. They're just giving us other people's opinions, but a lot of people do not sign surveys, and they can be taken to some degree rather lightly. So, Your Worship, I'll be voting to not be part of the current Head Start program, but I am very interested in the discussion we had before that through the backstop, if we can also establish a regular contact with both the Wairarapa unitary and Wellington Wairarapa unitary proposals, and we can work on both of them and come up with something better as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Brent.
I like the suggestion of the backstop because it buys us time. And I think it's more than 12 months. I think it's 24 months. We always knew the parochial voice would be loud and strong. That is the history of local government in New Zealand. Morrisville used to have 4 ridings. And I have no doubt that the North thought the world would end if they ever joined with the South. And there's very few voluntary amalgamations have happened in New Zealand's past with local authorities. It is forced. There are so many unknowns in this. There is no business case. It's like a gamble. And I cannot do that with the people of Masterton, whose incomes are lower, their dependency ratios are higher. They're among the poorest people in the whole region. And I don't want to put more costs on them. So I'm certainly going to support your motion.
Thank you, Brent. AJ.
Kia ora. I probably talk of some of the comments that you've made earlier, Bex, and particularly feel like this decision has been exacerbated being new and coming in partway through a process. But for me, this decision has not been an easy one, and it's a complex decision to make. There's a number of moving factors. We've talked about Wairarapa plus Tararua. We've talked about the RMA. We've talked about decisions that the government could make. I guess the rub for me is around local government, and we exist to represent our local communities and our local people. And through this process, we haven't had an opportunity to truly engage with our community. And when we think about decisions that we make around levels of service with our communities, we go out and consult and have a good conversation about that. And we haven't been able to do that through this process. And when I think about our households and our communities and how they're hurting right now, I find it frustrating that this has been forced upon us. And I feel like it's the wrong conversation to be having. The conversation to be having is actually around the future of local government. What does that look like? Whose roles and responsibilities should be what? And why? Because all of the modelling that was being based on assumptions, yes, has shown us that none of these decisions that we potentially will make will fit within the proposed rates cap information. I take real concern to a $42 million loan that our communities will have to take over 25 years to look for efficiencies of 3 to 7%. If the government believes that this is a good thing to do, why are the government not jumping up to provide some financial support for this? For me, the options all come with risk and they come with compromise, and each of them comes with uncertainty, complexity, and it hasn't been an easy decision. We've had a number of inputs which we've touched on. We've had financial inputs which are based on assumptions, and I acknowledge that that information may not be right and there's differing views on it, but that's the information we've had available, and that's what the staff have used to bring forward. We've had a criteria set by us for government around what the options are if we enter into the Head Start program, and we've had our community voice. Whether that has been full and wholesome, as some of us would have liked, being local government, working for local government and being part of governance, whether we have or haven't received enough, we have received community voice. And so for me, it comes back to what I've heard from the community. And I heard through the first survey that being part of a Wairarapa unitary authority is important. Making the decisions that is best for our community are important, and acknowledging that what makes up the Wairarapa is unique and special and may be lost through a metropolitan council. The opportunity now for us is to do a deep dive into the numbers, to have a greater understanding, to look for greater efficiencies. And if we need to, if we're staring down the barrel of an 11 to 17% rates increase, have an honest conversation around level of service with our community. And then if we were to go with Wellington, we're still looking at a 5.7% rates increase. So I am supporting a Head Start proposal and supporting a Wairarapa Unitary Authority. A couple of things. I don't think I'm a particularly strong betting person, but I think this is an opportunity for us to show leadership in the information that we've received and put our position in the ground both to the government and our community. Secondly, I think we've shown that Carterton District Council are prepared to work with us. Yes, we've talked about forced amalgamation, but we've got another council that's already saying, actually, we would like to be responsible for our own destiny and we're happy to be in the waka with you. I think we're in a different position that we have been in the past. Acknowledge the complexity and acknowledge the change, but I would far rather be in a leadership position where I've placed my position clearly and I'm prepared to go on with hard negotiations. And we as governors have to look for those efficiencies, and we have to look for not a bolt-on option as Tim talked about. We have to look for true efficiencies that deliver real outcomes for our community based on the community voice. Good.
Thank you, AJ. Warika.
Tēnei te tuku atu ngā mihi kia tātou katoa, ngā kaipuni o tēnei rohe, o whakaoriori, mihi ana kia Ngāti Kahungunu me Rangitāne, o koutou, ngā mana whenua o tēnei whenua, tēnei te mihi te kia korua, mihi rangira o ko Robin, me tō koutou whānau. E whakakanohi ana i tēnei rā. I just want to first bring attention to the fact that this has not been an easy decision. I mean, I think I've flip-flopped maybe 3 or 4 times between the 3 different decisions because, you know, when I came onto council, I didn't come here to kind of mess around and play. Like, you know, I wanted to be able to make good decisions. I wanted to be able to be have clarity, communication to the people that we serve. And, you know, when we're putting what might call hope into this government, I would strongly recommend against doing that. This government has led us into this spot and increased. The compounding impacts are a direct result of the decisions that they are making, including the changes to regional council, the RMA reforms, water services changes, and very soon we are going to be having an election. And, you know, for us to not take those things into consideration as we make this decision today, a mokopuna decision that's going to be inherited by our children, but is going to be largely lifted by my generation. The working population that's going to be working for another, well, let's say, I'm 43, so I think I've got another 22 years if I retire at 65. And so, you know, when we think about the population that we serve, and yes, it's a growing and it's an aging population, it's a Māori population. You know, our whānau still continue to have children who will eventually inherit and carry the weight of the burden of the decision we will make today. What I don't want to do is give away our mana and put faith into a government and process who have regularly disadvantaged the small guy and the Māori people. You know, we know that Wairarapa has the potentials of land, of growth, and we're an untapped resource that has not yet been fully realised. And so if we go with the Wellington decision, that's obviously going to take away some of that mana that we might have otherwise. And so, you know, we've already been saving, you know, our best, I think our community has the ability, the gold nuggets that we require to realise the potential that sits here. I don't want to put my faith into some faceless person that might live over the hill who I don't know by name, who I don't work with, who I've not had relationship with. As we know, whanaungatanga is a big deal. And so, you know, with hope comes faith. You know, we have to put faith in ourselves. And I'm not going to back a horse that's, you know, and I don't bet. I'm not a betting person, but I'm not about to put, you know, my faith into something or someone or to a government who continues to disregard, who continues to undermine the little people. Because we have an opportunity here today to make a decision to back a horse that we know. And I'm not going to give any of my hope or my faith into this government, and I think a backstop will do that. I think a backstop actually removes our opportunities. Unless we can build in some additional recommendations that say this is how we want to play. But clearly this is not a playground for everyone. And, you know, only the big guy is going to get to go down the slide. And so, you know, we really need to take that into consideration. We've had some financials put onto the table, which are assumptions. There is no certainty in any of that kōrero. But what we have heard from our people, and when I campaigned for this position, I wanted to bring their voice to this table, and they have told us loud and clear that Wairarapa Unitary is exactly what they want, and that has not changed despite the number of surveys that we have done. We want to keep local decision making close to the community, local control. We haven't actually determined what our efficiencies are and where the affordabilities might lie, and so we still need time to be able to do that. We need to strengthen our unified Wairarapa identity, and these are words that have come from the reports that I've read. We need local control over decision making, and we need to present a cohesive regional strategy, one that's going to serve our family, one that's going to serve my mum, one that's going to serve my sister and my children, of which I have 5. So I think it's important for us to retain our local identity. If we follow any of the other options, we're going to lose our mana motuhake, which basically means our independent, the ability for us to control and to determine the outcomes for our people. And, you know, being tangata whenua, you know, we've had enough of that. Nō reira, tēnei te miha tū ka tātou ka.
Thanks, Wairika.
Oh, and if I wasn't clear, I'll be putting my moha into the Wairarapa Unitary.
No, you were clear. Meharangi.
Ka pai. Tēnei whetū ki te rangi, ko rangitāne ki te whenua, rangitāne ki runga, rangitāne ki waho, rangitāne ki roto, rangitāne ki raro, upoko ki runga, rangitāne tū mai rā. Tēnā koe te koromatu e Bex. Tēnā koutou hoki ngā kai kaunihira o whakaoreorea. O tira, tēnā tātou katoa ko uru nei ki tēnei whare. Your worship and councillors, thank you for the opportunity for Rangitāne o Wairarapa to speak at this meeting and record our whakaaro on a decision that will shape our district as it's governed for a generation. Tuatahi, we acknowledge the position you're in, like Robin said, don't envy it. This isn't an easy decision, and we've seen the care the councillors and the staff have brought to it. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi kia katoa. Whilst we don't have a vote, we do come to this table wanting to make your decision easier, not harder. Tuarua, Rangitāne o Wairarapa was here before this council existed, and we will be here after this round of reform has settled into whatever it becomes. We raised that not to make a point against anyone in this room, but because it is the ground we stand on, we say this. We will work constructively with whatever this council decides, whichever path it takes. What matters more to us today are the principles we need on it, regardless of the chosen option. The following baselines we worked through with Te Kawi Whakarihunga, the Lower North Island Iwi Collective, so they are not a Rangitāne only ask, they are shared across this part of the country, and they hold true whatever structure results. The first is constitutional standing. Mana whenua are a treaty partner, not a community of interest among many. Treated as a one voice among ratepayers, businesses and groups, that partnership could be weighed up, watered down, or voted away like any submission. But it doesn't come from a council decision, it comes from a relationship with the Crown that existed before any council did. The second is that settlements are the baseline. The new system must recognise, give effect to and build on our treaty settlements on no lesser terms than today. Our settlement was not a gift to be trimmed back when institutions get rearranged. It is the floor everything else is built from, not a line item that can shrink in a reshuffle. The third is legislative protection for this partnership, ideally through a bespoke act, but at a minimum written directly into whatever establishing legislation is passed. An order in council can be changed with the stroke of a pen. Provisions written into an act mean that this partnership can only be changed by Parliament, deliberately and out in the open. The fourth is that this is designed with iwi, not for iwi. We come into this process together as one voice, but no iwi loses its identity or mana by doing so. Rangitane stays rangitane. The fifth is partnership at every tier, regional, community and local. That means real decisions, decision rights over Aotearoa held by whakapapa, and it means Māori wards protected in legislation itself, not left exposed to a future poll. The two are not the same thing and neither stands in for the other. The sixth is that boundaries follow rohe and takiwa, catchments, as far as they reasonably can. Council lines are a recent invention, rohe and takiwa are older. Where the two don't line up, the newer lines should bend towards the older pattern, not the other way around. Together, these six are what we will measure any new structure against, whichever option this council chooses and whenever it is settled. They do not expire, and neither does our expectation that they be met. With that context in place, I can say plainly, Rangitane or Wairarapa prefer a Wairarapa unitary authority. We believe it gives the strongest opportunity to keep decision-making close to the people it affects and to ensure Wairarapa iwi are properly reflected in the future governance. This is our preference, but it's not the only position. Rangitane has enduring relationships with iwi across the wider region, and should a Wellington authority be the path progress, we are ready to work alongside the three Wairarapa councils and our iwi partners to keep Wairarapa interests visible within that wider structure. Our goal throughout is partnership, one that builds a Wairarapa that works for everyone who calls this place home. Ko reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou.
Thanks, Rangi. David.
Probably one of the biggest decisions I've ever made on council, but here we are. I'm representing Marston today for the Wairarapa. An amalgamation has been talked about in the Wairarapa for as long as I can remember. And my theory has always been that it's always easier to achieve these goals on our terms rather than governments or other people's. If we accept the invitation for a Wairarapa unitary today, we indicate to government we are ready to move forward. Even though our unitary council will be one of the smaller ones in the country, we achieved the conditions set out, what government wanted. We are one catchment. We have over 50,000 population and growing. As an elected councillor, we have the responsibility for folks who voted us in. I'm not going to be told by government what to do. Let's go down and do it ourselves. Backstop to me is just putting the decision off, and the decision will be taken out of our own hand. Our surveys indicate people chose the unitary over the other options to joining Wellington. We have nothing in common with Wellington. We're rural and they are urban. They have the population with their problems. The Wairarapa opportunity gives us the opportunity to mould the businesses as needed. It is fair to say transport and subsidies are a huge concern and a huge talking point. Wading through the pages of information we've been given, I never want to see the word assumption again. I can't stand it. And one little note I picked up was efficiency savings were deliberately kept at a conservative rate to reflect the previous experiences. Now that worries me. I understand the pitfalls of any amalgamation, whether it be weather events or asset failures. And I appreciate that the new unitary will have a problem with transport, but I can see the transport being taken out onto the CCO. Rivers and regional council functions can be blended into the new council easily, as happened with the original Wairarapa Catchment Board years ago. It worked really well. My theory is let's move forward with a Wairarapa unitary and do it on our terms.
Thank you, David. Craig.
Just before I speak to my notes, I'd just like to re-emphasise what Gary said around the amount of work, the pressure, just the unbelievable tension and how hard it is to make decisions on this. Okay, this is a process that has been incredibly rushed. We acknowledge that there are risks in this. There are assumptions. There are possibilities. There are a hell of a lot of different issues to be looked at going forward. So for me, this government campaigned on localism, but in reality, it wants centralisation. The Head Start proposal gives bigger councils the power to decide the fate of the smaller councils without their consent. This government believes all councils are equal, but some are more equal than others. That is dictatorship dressed up as democracy. This government believes it knows what is best for all of us. We know this because if you choose not to participate by your own choice, then this government will, at a later date, decide for you. They will shove what they want without your consent down your throat. Amalgamation of the 3 Wairarapa councils will give us a stronger voice to central government. However, it has to be done voluntarily by all 3 councils. We cannot force Karatan or South Wairarapa into doing something they don't want to do, and neither should we. Forcing people to do something they don't want, councils imposing themselves on other councils just because they are bigger, shows to me that part of the Head Start proposal is nothing more than central government sanctioned abuse and assault of your neighbour. This is exactly how not to run a democratic society. If you think that by joining together a super city, whatever, will bring down rates, then I think you're ignoring history. Even some of my learned colleagues around this table tell me that they have never known of a merger that has brought about any of the promised reduction. This government is indicating it wants change. So let's get on board and change. Let's take this opportunity to decide in our future in our region. To plagiarise another person's words, we do this not because it is easy. We do this because it is hard. We actually do this because we have the opportunity to change. Do not be fearful of change, embrace it. And together as a region, we can move forward. I choose localism and local democracy, not central government dictatorship. I will choose a Wairarapa Unitary Authority. However, I do have some real concerns around forcing other councils to do things, and I will be looking to put forward a recommendation around that.
No,
Just maybe further discussion or not? I just want to discuss something that was brought up in somebody's comments. Like, is that
certainly won't be. Put this to the vote. And then we'll talk again.
You can do it.
Thank you very much for the effort and the thought and the consideration you've put into this difficult topic. I really, really appreciate it. And I appreciate your passion, your practicality, your pragmatism, and also want to thank you, all of you, for working on behalf of your communities, which are all different and varied. I just want to be clear before we put this to the vote, is that I am for amalgamation. I just was not for submitting a proposal based on the information we have, the short deadline, the uncertainty, David's favourite word, the assumptions. And I've been lying awake at night worried that the financial implications in the assumptions might be true. And that we would be making a decision to bring that hammer down on future generations of this community who are struggling to afford what they do today. I'm reassured by the conversations around the table that we've just had that the next step, the detailed design, is a crucial component of getting answers to those questions, including Government, come to the rescue and help us fund our regional transport, which is going to help Masterton grow, which is going to encourage more people to live here. We need more ratepayers here to be able to pay for our bills. So give us a hand. You're telling us what to do, or put your hand in your pocket. And also too, we will find it very difficult to compete with Wellington for the people we need to do our regional catchment work. So let's work together with Wellington on perhaps some shared service arrangements. Some of the expertise they have to hire in, environmental scientists, marine biologists. So there are real opportunities to continue the conversation, which is exactly what we should be doing. So that I look forward to and welcome the next stage, which is detailed design. So we'll put the first,
I need to put,
no, because we're not there.
You can foreshadow.
I'd like to put shadow. Good word, I know. I've only ever used it. It's done for you.
Separately. Doing it separately.
You can do it now as a foreshadow.
Yeah.
If this one fails.
If this one.
You,
We can just go straight.
well, we know what the result will be of this, so it's better to just go ahead with it, isn't it? And then you bring it up with the next recommendation.
Okay, so
We're voting. on it.
Yeah, so there's been a mover and a seconder for not to put forward a proposal. So we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. That's 3, all against, which will be 6 if my maths is appropriate. So that has failed. So now we move to item number 3. And so we need a mover and a seconder.
I need to put the one first.
Craig, and then we'll come to you, David.
Yep.
Craig, would you like to foreshadow your amendment?
So what I'd like to put in as an amendment that we agrees to submit the Wairarapa Unitary Head Start proposal on the basis that South Wairarapa District Council supports the proposal.
So can I clarify that? So therefore, if South Wairarapa don't support the proposal, we are a backstop. Is that what you're saying?
What?
Again, say again.
So Craig's saying, he's basically supporting unanimous decision between the 3 Wairarapa councils to go Wairarapa Unitary. And if South Wairarapa's decision is different to that this afternoon, then we fall back to backstop because it's not a unanimous decision.
I'm happy to speak to this for a little bit if you want.
Does it need a seconder first?
Yeah, it needs a second, yeah.
So that's, so
Move when it is second.
yeah, so Craig's moved that. Does everyone understand what he's saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just checking. And do we have a seconder for that? We don't have a seconder? Oh, Brent, are you seconding that?
Yes.
Okay. So do you want to just read it out again, please?
Agrees to submit the Wairarapa Unitary Head Start proposal on the basis that South Wairarapa District Council supports the proposal. And I can speak to why I want to.
Respect that.
Yep.
I'm really concerned. I really don't like not having someone else's consent when you do something. If I was to go next door to my neighbour and basically force myself on them with no consent, well, this is. I'm being honest with you, I really struggle with it, okay? Really struggle. And that's probably all I can say to that is, I find the government's put us in a horrible position. As I've said, damn near dictatorship. And that's bloody annoying. Okay? So yeah, that's probably all I can say about that.
Okay, so we have,
Can I comment on that?
sure.
Yeah.
Okay, discussion.
That's essentially what will happen to us. We talk about our mana, our decision, but we're taking the decision totally out of our hands. What we're talking about, we're placing in the hands of South Wairarapa. We've made this decision for us. This is who I represent first and foremost, our constituents. I think this is the best decision for our constituents. But if we go down that pathway, as Carterton was going to do, but didn't do when they had the discussion around the table, then we are taking away our mana and we're putting it in the hands of South Wairarapa.
Stella?
Just picking on what Tim said, but also just touching on if this goes ahead and the end result will be we've become part of the backstop program. I just want to remind people, because I feel like some comments were made earlier that are confusing. So based on the government's current simplifying local government proposals, choosing the backstop option does not give councils the same opportunity to negotiate and design their own amalgamation arrangement as the Head Start pathway. The whole purpose of Head Start is to allow councils to work together and propose their preferred reorganisation model before central government steps in. Under the backstop program, government has indicated that councils that do not submit an approved Head Start proposal will be subject to a later compulsory reorganisation process, with the final structure determined through a government-led reform program after 2028, which is outlined in that timeframe. Final details of the backstop process are still to be decided, so that's actually already super unknown anyway. And government has signalled that local control will be more limited and that interim governance arrangements could be imposed. So backstop is not a favourable option for us, in my opinion, whatsoever. So I won't be supporting it.
Further discussion? Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour of Craig's recommendation, raise your right hand. 2 against. Motion has fallen. So now we move to point 3, which is agrees to submit either the Wellington Wairarapa Unitary Head Start proposal or the Wairarapa Unitary Head Start proposal. Councillor Holmes, would you like to move?
Yes. I'd like to move that we go with the Wairarapa Unitary Head Start proposal.
Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Lennox. Further discussion? No? Oh,
I'd like to make one point. We hear Councillor Cathell talking about hope. Yes, we get hope, but it's the planning behind the hope that really counts. I don't hope things happen and believe it. I hope sometimes, and then I plan for that hope to come to fruition. This isn't an incidental thing we're just hoping will work out. Together collectively across hopefully the 3 councils, we will plan together, work together and come up with something that is the best for our community. We certainly won't hope it will happen, we'll plan for it to happen.
is there any other further discussion? Councillor Goodwin?
When we are talking about this, I would like to remind people of for the last 30 odd years, Greater Wellington has been the dominant body over our unitary issues, and we've done very well out of it. They understand what we need and they support it. So it's, I think you can overdo the need to run our own ship.
No. So we're going to put this, Councillor Caffel?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to say probably in 16 or 17 years or whatever I've been on council, I can't remember ever abstaining, but I'm going to abstain on this particular vote. Simply because I just can't fathom how you can make a decision on hope, on punting, on all those words, Tim. I still think they're very relative to the decision you're making. I look, in my heart, I want us to be a Wairarapa unit. The start of this whole conversation, that's all I could think of. We had to be a Wairarapa unitary, but there's just too many questions, too many uncertainties. And whilst I'm going to say right now that I'll work as hard as anybody to make the Wairarapa unitary work, but I think we're starting from a long way back. And it's not because of what this council's done, it's because of the lack of thought the government has put into this whole thing. So I will be abstaining.
Any further discussion? Okay, it's been moved by councillor Holmes and seconded by councillor Lennox. We'll put it to the vote. The actual recommendation is that council agrees to participate in the Head Start pathway and agrees to submit a Wairarapa Unitary Head Start proposal. All those in favour, please raise your right hand. Those against, and I'm going to abstain, same as Gary. Councillor Goodwin?
Oh, I'll vote against.
Thank you. The motion has been passed. And now we move to 4.
We have that, there's that special term of when you write down who voted. That's the one. Please. Thank you.
Councillor Goodwin voted again, and councillor Capel and
Abstained.
Yeah, and I abstained on principle because I didn't support submitting a proposal. So if you don't support submitting a proposal, how can you support a model? And it seems
And so I voted against because of the, didn't agree to it being all for one or one for all.
so that'll be 5 in favour of, 2 against and 2 abstain.
So is that division? Can we have a
Yeah,
division?
that's,
Yeah.
Doing that now, yeah.
Okay, everyone's clear on the result of that? Okay, thank you. And now we move to point 4, Tim, and you wanted to amend this.
Yep, I've shared that with Harriet.
So, Tim, do you want to read that out?
Find it, bear with me, please. The chief executive report back to council with recommendations for the detailed design of the preferred option, including governance arrangements, resources, funding, reporting arrangements, community engagement, and the role of elected members, and I'll add iwi, I beg your pardon, in the detailed design process.
Yes.
Can I
Sorry.
Hang on a minute, Tim.
Can I clarify, councillor Nelson? So the recommendation 4 proposes to delegate that authority ahead of submission of the proposal, which is required by Sunday. And then, as I'm reading it, your recommendation is then following the proposal going in, you do the work and then you report back.
Yep.
So it's not an alternative. It could be an additional.
Number 5.
So of a number 5?
Yes, I think
No,
that's been
replace it. I don't want 4 in there. I want this replaced.
But you won't have time to bring the proposal back to council because it's due on the 9th and today's the 5th.
Sorry, are you saying that 4 has to be in here?
It doesn't have to be in there. The point of it being in there is that there are, I understand from Carterton, some minor changes that they want to make to the proposal. They're not substantive, but there's some matters. So we've got an agreement to the proposal that's currently in the agenda pack. So if there's minor changes that want to happen, then that's giving the chief executive and the mayor ability to actually make those minor changes within that proposal before it's submitted on Monday. That's what 4 is saying. And then I understand that your 5 is that will come after the submission of that proposal.
And what's the definition of minor?
Yeah.
We raised this at the beginning, and I made it clear that this is what I wanted, and now we're saying that 4 essentially has to be in there.
No.
4 doesn't have to be in there. It's not. There's nothing like that in Carter's because I've read it. I don't want 4 to be in here. 4, my one is what I want to replace it. That's why I wanted to do it at the very beginning of the meeting. I understand I have the authority to do it, whereas the issue's being confused now.
No, can I just ask you a question? This is for the proposal that's already in the pack that
Yep.
goes to government, right? Isn't your wanting to have influence come in the detailed design stage?
It is.
Yeah. So that's later on. That's not the proposal that we've got in the pack for Monday.
So let me
You're
read
talking
this.
about-
Authority of the mayor to the mayor and chief executive together to negotiate with participating councils, make minor amendments and submit the final Head Start proposal to government for consideration when agreed.
This is the one.
So are you saying that this is just supporting what we're doing today
Correct.
and not supporting
How it's going to look.
what it's going to look like later on?
Correct.
So that's absolutely
Yeah.
clear.
Is a better word, initial. rather than final.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's,
So this is supporting the decision today, which is to put forward a proposal for Wairopa Unitary.
Yep,
That's all it's referring to.
that's all it's referring to.
Correct. And Kim's right. We change that word and submit the initial instead of final. So I think that's misleading.
Based on the decision that's made today.
Correct. It's all related to this decision. Okay, so it's not exactly what you've been talking about today, which is we all get together, we all have input, it's final design, we all meet and do everything. That's in the detailed design stage. This is for what goes to government next week. We're in Head Start and it's Wairopa Unitary.
Okay, just to be very, very clear.
Yes, and
that
you'll,
it's the councillors around the wider group that has input into the design process. All four, why does 4 have to be in there then?
because we've got to get the proposal sent.
Can I,
Karen?
do you want me to respond to? Still have-
Yeah, I just wanted to understand what minor amendments might be to give a level of comfort. Like, is it spelling and grammar, not negotiating?
It would be things like, and I think the chief executive had signalled some, when I say minor, I mean non-substantive. So they don't change the detail of it, but they might rephrase it in a particular way, but it won't change what it's trying to say and what it's trying to mean. So we could put minor and non-substantive in there as well.
What's it?
The proposal.
Proposal.
So what you've agreed is the proposal in the pack as it stands. So if there were any changes, effectively, we would have to bring that proposal back to the council. We don't have time to do that before Monday.
We've got to let them
So
know.
this is basically saying you can go away and make those really minor things that don't change the meaning and the intent,
Yep.
and then report that back to us. But that's all.
So 4 is essentially saying that we have just chosen the unitary authority, Wairopa Unitary Authority. That's the model we're putting forward now.
Correct. Councillor Lennox, then Councillor Bowyer.
and thank you. Given, yes, given neighbourhood of the beast, would it be fair to maybe, if all, say, Southway decide to come on board with us, but at least Carterton and us, that those minor changes are noted and that they are made available to elected members, just so then we are aware of what they are?
Yep.
We will absolutely, as soon as we've done that, we will, the
Send it
mayor
out.
will
Okay.
send that out after Friday.
Fabulous. The second thing is we've got 2 4s up there at the moment, Harry, but that's okay. My question would be number, what would probably be 5, about to be changed to 5 or 4A or, yeah. So this is the one I have questions about. So agrees that the chief exec, I'm all good with 4, by the way. Number 5, agrees that the chief executive report back to council with recommendations.
That's what Tim said. That's one he's put forward.
Okay, cool. So that's gonna
Go.
go.
that's
Okay, just checking, because it was, thank you. Just double check. Yeah, so that's gonna go and we'll do that later.
Okay,
good, thank you.
so Councillor Bowyer, you
I
wanted to.
just want to read from part of the ordinary council meeting agenda from the 29th of July. And I know we have some members here and it may not have passed, I don't know. Under 5, it says delegates authority to the mayor and chief executive officer together to negotiate with participating councils, make amendments and submit the final Head Start proposal. Now, with your permission, I would like to ask whether that passed at Carden or not.
Steve?
Steve.
Perfect.
Gonna go through it all again.
Yes, it did.
Okay. So number 5 at your meeting last week, you had delegates authority to the mayor and chief executive officer together to negotiate with our participating councils, make amendments and submit the final Head Start proposal to the government for consideration and agreement. That passed?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so we changed that word to initial.
Yes.
Yep. Take out 5.
No,
Oh,
5's going.
what's the funny one at the bottom there?
5's
That's
thick.
number 6.
thick.
Raise to sub. 6.
Yeah. So any further discussion? So are we happy with 4, 5 and 6 to move it? Okay, do I have a mover, please? Councillor Nelson, seconded by Councillor Lennox. Okay, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Carried. Thank you. We're going to break now for 5 minutes. And then we'll come back to the first item on the agenda, which is 7.1, the adoption of Waiiti Water's Statement of Expectations. Convene at 11:37, and we go to item 7.1 on page 38, which is the adoption of Waiiti Water's Statement of Expectations. And I'll hand over to Tyler, also ask him to introduce his team.
Thank you, Council. The paper before you this morning has been discussed at I believe, at least 1 to possibly 2 workshops, and has had councillor involvement through, I forget the name of the actual development committee, but certainly through a consensus across different parties, the shareholding councils into Waiiti. Catherine Merriman and Johan Sperrer are here to that and answer questions. The paper makes a recommendation around accepting the statement of expectations as it's being developed, to adopt that, to note the following adoption by the shareholding councils that have been represented across this development, and to note that the statement of expectations has been developed in accordance with the Stakeholders Forum and the Local Government Water Services Act 2025. I believe we can probably take the paper as read. Council has been briefed previously quite extensively about the nature of the information within the statement of expectations. And I can open up the floor to any questions for Catherine or Johannes in respect to any detail I want to clarify.
I just had a question. Thank you. Page 43, there's talks about the agreed service provisions arrangement, e.g. transitional billing support. Cost of this support will be recovered by councils from Waiiti Waters, which I appreciate. But I'm just a little bit worried about where it says transitional billing. My hope is that when Waiiti Waters kicks in, from day one, the billing will come from Waiiti Waters, not from council, because it's for obvious reasons why. So can you just reassure me on that, or let me know if there's been a change?
So that's the expectation that the board and the organisation is working to. That's what we're planning to do. And so everybody's on the same page about that. This provision is here on the off chance that as we go through the process of implementing the billing system, that we need to pivot to Plan B, and that would be a reliance on council transitional support. But that is not the expectation or what we're doing at the moment.
Yeah, thank you, because it's really important from my perspective that when one stops, the other one starts. Because yeah, and
so the intention in all respects is for a clean break on the 1st of July. The new organisation does everything that it's set up to do.
Thank you. And I just have another question which relates to page 47, which talks about volumetric charging. We've been talking about community over a number of years saying user pays, your water meters are going in. And also too, we talked about there would be an allocation per household, and then there would be user charging over and above. This talks about volumetric charging. Will volumetric charging come in from day one, or will this be phased in?
There's still decisions to be made about the structure of the charging and how that will roll in from day one. So those decisions haven't been.
Okay, can I then just encourage you when you have landed there that we educate our community? Absolutely. Because up until we made the decision on Waiiti Waters, we were saying there's going to be a bulk allocation, and then over and above that you'll be charged user charges, etc. And so that's kind of the story that we've been telling the last 2 to 3 years. So if that's changing at all, we need to make sure our community is educated on that.
Absolutely. So we absolutely need to make sure that we have a strong communications plan in place to make sure that communities across the region understand what we're doing and why. We just have to go through the process of developing that detailed billing structure before we're in a position to start to communicate. It's not particularly helpful for us to go out and say, we might be going in that direction, or we might, people need certainty. And so we want to make sure that we have the details of that before we start to.
Just that if the story's different.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. That was all I wanted to raise. I thought it was very easy to read. I thought it was a great paper, actually. Well put together. Thank you. Warika.
I just had a question. Do we normally put expected challenges or anything like that in a statement of expectations? Like, because we're a new entity and just standing up, it's very glowy and positive. And I was just wondering if there was room to kind of assess some of the things that might go wrong.
Well, this statement sets out what you want
to have the challenge
happen, the things that you want to see the organisation do and deliver. So it's a forward-looking kind of set of things. Having said
good stuff.
Well, yes. Having said that, the things in here are challenging to do and to deliver on. So this is a robust and fulsome set of expectations that will require the board and the organisation's leadership to think pretty hard about, how they give effect to those. Like, I certainly wouldn't,
Yeah. No, I get.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was the answer. So just wondering, do you think then is it ambitious? I mean, I know we want you to be ambitious, but is it too? Anyway, maybe not.
Well, I think it's a 10-year set of expectations. So that's another kind of important point to bear in mind, is that it's not saying all of these things are going to be like this on the 1st of July next year. This is setting out the transformational horizon for the organisation to deliver to over 10 years. So it does try and separate in here things that must be in place on day one, and that's sort of non-negotiables. The water has to keep flowing and things like that.
Yeah.
And then it sets those expectations that as the organisation matures, it sort of ramps up in terms of ambition and things.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Holmes then. AJ?
Yes, well, I just wondered, with your expectations, with the RMA changes coming, which I believe could be actually coming up today or certainly next week, it looks as though there's going to be a saving of 45% with a lot of things with regards to consents and things. I just wondered, when you do your wastewater projects, how are you going to price those or take into account what it could cost, and with the change in the RMA reducing those costs, how are you going to work all that out? Probably haven't thought about that yet.
Well, no, that's certainly detail for further down, but maybe Johannes could speak.
Thank you for the question. I think it's important to understand the intent of the statement of expectations. So this is how the stakeholders or the shareholders communicate their expectations of what YT Waters should achieve and the outcomes that they should achieve. Changes in the future, because we don't have control over any changes at this point. But if you look at the expectations, the best possible outcome for our customers is always going to be the priority. So in a more favourable RMA scenario, one would expect YT Waters to make every effort to get the best value for money in every solution that they design.
Yeah, your answer.
Thank you. AJ, and then Craig, did you want to say something?
I'll speak
At the end. AJ?
The reference to stormwater, and given that's been a hot topic for quite enough, I'm just able to clarify what stormwater management to YT looks like.
So there's still a fair bit of detail that has to go into that. So the stormwater will be an area of responsibility where there will need to be a strong ongoing working relationship between YT and councils, and also with other parties like NZTA, because of the significant function for the roading corridor and things. So there's still detail to be worked through there. The way in which we will sort of give effect to that is there will probably be a service level agreement or arrangement that will be developed and agreed between the parties, and it will be included as part of the transfer agreement that each council sign at the end of this process. The transfer of gas, things like that across. There'll be, service level agreements. This would be one. There may be others that will sort of set out how it's going to work.
Councillor Goodwin.
On page 47, we under efficiency, just querying the wording that water charges should move to a standard pricing structure, tariff structure. I'm just getting nervous about harmonisation, while maintaining consistency with costs served. I don't know why you need consistency with. You're maintaining cost to serve, which is what we agreed to. And then on one of the bullet points, it says charging structures consider the ability of different groups of customers to pay for water services, which sort of again sounds a bit different to to cost of service, which we agreed to, or say master.
So what would you like to have, Brent?
It seems to have forgotten what we thought.
So groups of customers refers to the different councils. Okay. Now you talk to the next first one, the other one you talk about, and that was lives as efficiently as practical. Is that right?
While maintaining consistency.
While maintaining consistency with. Consistency with is even there.
It's the second
While
bullet point,
maintaining
their efficiency.
So that piece of language is there to address the very potential confusion that you are raising. So there are two pricing issues. One is there has been an agreement to implement pricing. That agreement remains, it is unchanged. There is also out of necessity, we have to move to a standard pricing structure. So the volumetric charging, fixed charging, how those charges work. So a standard approach to the structure of the pricing across the region, but each council's district area still bears its own costs. So that piece of language is there to assure people that when we move to a consistent structure, we are not removing the ring fence, or we are not moving towards harmonisation. We are simply adopting a common structure, and then each district will meet its own costs of service delivery.
Yeah.
The other point was on page 45, service delivery and continuity. Second bullet point, must at least maintain levels of service. Consistently seek to optimize service. Is there somewhere about improving the service? I don't know, it just doesn't jump out at me about seeking to improve.
I can maybe just comment on that. I think in the statement of expectation, the words optimizing efficiencies and the consistency, all those talk to doing things better. That's one of the opportunities in Waiti Waters is to we can find efficiencies across the 4 districts now. So I would say that the language used in the statement of expectation drives the need to improve, or the desire to improve and be better than what we was. What we are protecting through this is that it can't be any worse than, or we can't go back. We need to go upwards and onwards.
The words are in there to ensure that the board knows that there is no tolerance for slippage. Okay, so that's where the word optimise comes. they have to stick to the regulations, okay? This is the regulations that, some of them that are coming through are reasonably stringent.
I suppose we use a lot of water per capita per day. Is there anywhere that it seeks to improve that figure, or is this it?
That will come through with volumetric. It is in everyone's interest to optimise the amount of water we have sitting in Kaituna.
Okay.
That can't be done overnight. We've been, you see how we've gone with Marsden, putting in meters a line. It's done I think we've had Johannes, I think it's around a 17% improvement in leakage rates straight away. So yeah.
Are there any other questions? AJ, then councillor Nelson.
Firstly, I apologise. I am coming in after the fact, so this may be a question that you've answered. So we have handed over our assets and our operation, and you will manage that, and you'll have a planned approach to that. We've talked about what that looks like in a work plan. How will you deal with shock? Like we've been talking about amalgamation and how we deal with significant shock. Like what mechanisms do you have? Is that loan funded? How will you deal with something that comes out of nowhere for storm or?
That goes to the questions that, to the decisions that the board and the organisation will make around financial strategy.
Yep.
And how they ensure that their levels of spending, their level of borrowing, those kinds of things, maintain an ability to, address a financial shock that kind of comes along. So those are decisions that the board.
But it wouldn't be coming back to council.
Correct.
If I can add to that, over the last 5 years in the development of this and weighing up different options, we looked at if we would decide on an option, which one would be the best suited to deal with the highest level of uncertainty, the highest levels of risk when focused on delivering water services. We expect a skills-based board and a very focused business on water services, that they would be well positioned to respond to any kind of changes, whether that is legislation, political, or environmental.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. With the statement of expectations on page 39, and I applaud them, providing reliable water services, meeting the expectations, ensuring financial sustainability, operating transparently and responsibly, and being accountable to people in place. Maybe that's what you were referring to,
Did you say
before, is in terms of being really optimistic. Just with those, so what's being done to make sure these broad expectations are converted into measurable performance targets that councils and the public can effectively determine whether YT Waters is delivering them? So what specific, how are they going to be measured to reassure us? And I was incredibly opposed to this going forward, but like Councillor Cafill, who was opposed to the amalgamation before, he's going to make it work. And now I will with this, but how are we going to make that happen? How are we going to be accountable? How are we going to measure those expectations? Because they're very optimistic, and I hope they all work.
So I can start. So Taumata Aroai has all the performance measures across all of these government entities in control of the water assets. And so there's performance reporting that they're starting to escalate over time. And I believe the latest report sent through to iwi Councillor Group just last week, end of last week. And so we can only expect that the performance measures from central government will become more stringent over time. And then we compare against similarly sized councils. I'll leave it to yourselves to elaborate.
Yeah, there's some other, I think there's layers of tools to you to ensure that these expectations are delivered on. Firstly is the legislative tool or bar that requires the board to give effect to this. So they don't just get to sort of look at it and go, well, that's nice. I'll do it if I can, or if I can prioritise it. It's a legislative requirement to give effect to the statement. From a shareholding perspective, puts you in a very strong starting position in terms of the obligations on the board. There is a section in here, reporting and performance, which says a couple of things. Firstly, it obligates the board to formally report to the stakeholders forum on exactly how they are going to do this. So, and they will report probably towards the end of the year with an implementation plan and response to that. It also sets up quarterly and 6-monthly meeting and reporting obligations, and it sets out in here the information that has to be provided to the stakeholders forum as part of those meeting reporting requirements. So there'll be a lot of information available to councils and iwi partners sitting around that table to assess performance against the expectations. And then, as Tyler said, there's the regulatory party externally who will be also gathering information against new and increasing regulatory requirements for Mata Arawai and the Commerce Commission as well. So it's a entirely new economic regulation regime that will be implemented that will require YT Waters to regularly report quite a lot of detailed asset management information and financial information, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So you will be able to assess the comparative performance of the organisation against other organisations, water organisations in the country as well. So there's quite a few levels and hooks in the way the arrangement has been set up that gives you the ability to assure yourself that
last bit you said was really important, the comparative of other councils. So that's going to be easy for us to ascertain based on the reports that we get.
Based on the information that is reported to the Commerce Commission, you will be able to assess comparative performance. So you will receive performance information on YT Waters, or the Stakeholders Forum will. A lot of that information will also go to the Commerce Commission, who will also receive that from other water organisations. And then over time, not immediately, but over time, as they build a picture of what good performance looks like, you'll be able to assess, okay, well, what is the cost? What is the sort of cost per, I don't know, kilometre of pipe, or, measures like that give you a sense of financial and non-financial.
And when you say over time, is that like a long period of time? Because sometimes over time we get accustomed and used to things. And if we were paying a very high amount, but we got used to it as a council, it just might become normal behaviour. Whereas Horowhenua might be paying a lot less. So over time, is that like a long period of time?
Well, when I referred over time, I was referring to how the Commerce Commission builds its understanding about what good performance looks like. So when first disclosures are made next year, that'll be kind of the base starting point. I imagine there potentially might be some quite different pictures around the country, and over time they will build an understanding and set the expectations for the country about what is good and what are benchmarks that you should be meeting. But it's going to take them some time. This is a new regulatory regime. They haven't regulated services before, although it has a lot of similarities to energy. It will take them some time to understand what, as a regulator, they should expect to see.
One would expect that to be expedited. I would expect the Commerce Commission to put a lot of effort in being able to disclose those benchmarking.
But for us as shareholders, we'd like to be assured really quickly that those expectations are being met.
I think Tim, we'll try and get it as soon as possible. I would like to see something within the first 6 months to a year. But you've got to understand those benchmarks will change as the businesses mature going out. But yeah, I've written it down. I think it's a great point that the shareholders board forum will need to be asking those questions of the board that we need to start to see some comparisons. You've had a bit of time. There's been a couple of entities stood up before us. Where are we in comparison with someone our size? And how do we compare with bigger? How do we compare with smaller?
But our expectations as elected representatives need to be extremely high from the very beginning, that those expectations are being met for our community. Ultimately, it will come down to the money that they're spending and the robustness of their services.
Yes.
Any other questions? Craig, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I'll just speak this. This is worked out quite well. There's not quite well. this has been a good document that has taken a lot of discussion, okay? There's been a lot of back and forth. There is a huge regulatory environment behind this, okay? And there is the expectation of all stakeholders that the water will on day one be there, and over time, service and how to deliver it will get better. The pricing will be between the four councils. There'll be no harmonisation. Just a point on harmonisation. When it comes to the time, that is up for negotiation again. It is not done and dusted. Okay, so that's part of the reason we haven't put in what ifs into this document is that you don't want to give the board a way out. So we're being very sure that we don't want to give them a way out on things. Okay? It's taken time. We've arrived in a good space. We have talked how this document is a bit of a living document as well. We are in a no surprises environment. One of the things we do not want is a surprise from this board. This is going to be done in a time frame which I think is achievable. You see, other entities have stood themselves up very quick. A lot of issues there as well. So I'm very happy and very confident with this. But yeah, we've got to continue to keep the pressure on whoever is on this statement, this forum in the future, and in terms to come, whatever, the pressure needs to continue to be on them. So no, I'm being very happy with this going forward. But it has taken a lot of discussion.
Thank you, Craig. Are there any more questions? AJ?
It might not be a question, it might be a statement, but I'm just really mindful with Wellington going live and all of the radu in the community around rates bills, water bills, and the unexpected nature of some of those that they receive. So just, and I know that you will have a communications plan, but encourage that to be integrated with the council mahi that we do as well, so that when we see one go up and one go down, people are going to count together and be able to have answers, because I know our phones will go, as the councils have in Wellington.
Absolutely. Good question.
What's the question?
I'm joking.
Just to follow up, the problem was that the water bill arrived Wellington and they hadn't had their rates. They didn't realise that it was coming off their rates, so that they made a mistake. Let's don't make the same mistake.
Okay, can we have a mover of the recommendation, please, that we note the statement of expectations?
Me?
We adopt the attached statement of expectations. We note that the following adoption by shareholding councillors, the program director will issue the statement of expectations to the chair, etc. Have we got a mover? David, councillor Careful, and seconded by councillor Holmes. No, I'd rather you didn't.
Okay. Oh, okay, fair enough.
So we've got moved by councillor Careful, seconded by councillor Holmes. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. Three of you. Thank you. Now we move on to page 52, which is the electoral system for the 2028 local government election. And we have Karen. Over to you, Karen.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is an important but procedural paper. Effectively, the purpose is to give the opportunity to consider for that next election in 2028, whether to use first past the post electoral system or change to the single transferable vote, or whether you hold a poll of electors to specify which system that you prefer. So currently first past the post. You don't need to make a decision today, and if you don't make a decision, then it will default to what we use currently, which is the first past the post system. We do need to notify the community of their right, whatever you do, to hold a poll, and a poll will need to be need to be resolved by the 11th of December in order to be able to be included for the next election. If you do it after that, it will be the following election. Happy to take any questions, and so is our deputy electoral officer.
Are there any questions?
The session was on it last week.
Yeah. Councillor Nelson.
So there's been no public demand for this change or change of first past the post at all. But if there is a demand for it, they can call a poll, and that poll will have to be met. So if we just stick with the status quo, there's a strong community desire to change. the community has the ability to do that.
That's right. Or you could decide that you want to have a poll to let the community have their say now.
But we would have to inform them anyway if we choose to stick to the status quo, that they can have this poll.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Okay.
On the
Would you like to move the recommendation? What are you choosing for?
I'm happy
Point
to
two.
move that we continue with the status quo.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Seconded by councillor Lennox. Any further discussion on that? Wareka.
Just mindful that of the equity considerations that are in the paper for the STV option. And that's particularly it supports more women entering into spaces of decision making, and which probably also is the same for Māori as well. So I think that STV is something that we should consider.
AJ?
I just wanted to raise the concern that I know it's not you're asking and for shits and giggles that we're doing this, Karen, that it's actually a requirement, but it seems like a ridiculous requirement given everything else that's going on at the moment. I just wanted to voice my concern that another thing that we're being asked to do with government, it's been ratepayers' money on, may not come to fruition. I appreciate Warwick's comments that it may be used when we have an amalgamation, but it still feels like right now is not a priority.
Just to add to that, yes,
Agreeing more.
we do need to continue with the representation review as well, which this is the first part of until we're told not to.
Yeah.
I want to support the David's recommendation because I think one, it's very confusing if you got ticking some boxes and numbering some others. Also too, every time we go to election, we go out to election with 3 other trusts. And if you're ticking some and numbering others, it concerns me that there'll be a number of invalid votes. Yeah. And whereas I also respect your comment, Wareka, but I'm really worried that through a change, we'd lose a number of people who actually wouldn't vote correctly. And pick the box, which they're used to, and all 4 going to election at the same time would be the same. There's less room for confusion, invalid votes. That's just my take on it. It's pretty simplistic, but that's how I feel. So are there any other further discussion on this?
Yeah, just that I support everything you just said. I think it's clear, it's obvious as to how it works, and we eventually had to agree on something.
That's a watershed moment. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Tim. So are you happy if we put that to the vote? We've got a mover from councillor Holmes, a seconder from councillor Lennox. So all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Wareka, and the motion is carried. Thank you very much. We move on to page 70, which is the Wairarapa Consolidated Bylaws, Part 6A, Traffic Control Schedule, and we welcome Matt to the table. Floor is yours, Matt.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this report responds to some concerns that were raised by business at 8 Queen Street about issues around parking outside that premises. We've since the initial request was raised for staff, we've been monitoring that site and just essentially to confirm that there is a bit of an issue. So as a bit of background, last year we consulted on introducing P120 parking restrictions at that end of Queen Street. Following the submission process, the feedback sort of 50-50 split from those who responded, council ultimately decided not to put P120 on that strip of Queen Street, which is both sides of Queen Street from Bruce Street up to the roundabout. Well, I think it's about 90 to 100 car parks. So now we're coming back trying to solve the issue of people occupying a space directly outside of business, which is impacting that business's ability to operate. So the evidence that we've compiled relates specifically to the spaces outside there. We've come to you with a recommendation to institute a P60 space outside the premises at 8 Queen Street. So that would cover three parallel parks outside the business. It would retain the existing unrestricted parking everywhere else in that part of Queen Street, but it addresses the issue that has been raised with us. there is the potential of going back and reconsulting with the community around putting restricted parking in that area, but we recommend that we go with option one. It's a targeted response to the issue that has been raised.
Thank you, Matt. Questions? Councillor Nelson.
If possible, I'd like to make an amendment to the recommendation, and I would like both to be put forward. I'd like the 60-minute parks, because I've seen the impact it's had on those communities, but I also feel that we should go ahead with the consultation regarding the 120-minute parks as well. And I think, yeah, that'd be what I'd like to recommend.
So what was your first bit again, Tim?
To stick to have the first, or even more if possible, but the 3 parks, the 60 minutes, and also to go ahead with the 120-minute consultation.
I'll second that.
So is everyone clear on that? Tim wants 2A plus the second A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I second that.
I've got a question.
No, we're going to have questions now. Thank you. Thanks, Tim.
I'm
Yep.
pretty sure I've got an idea what the answer is. This is all parallel parking. And I know the road will be a concern, but can we not get more parks in there through going angle parking?
So that part of the road is a bit narrower than a bit further north. So further north on both sides, you actually have angle parking. So essentially just past this building, in front of farriers, etc. That's angle parking, and on the other side as well. So not wanting to speak for our infrastructure colleagues, it might be a bit difficult to fit it in.
AJ?
Matt, thank you for the report. I was just questioning earlier, the type of businesses that are there are sort of viewers pop in and pop out, like you're going and pick up your fish and chips, etc. Are they happy with the 60?
So we have gone with the P60 just to keep some consistency with how we approach spaces outside businesses and other parts of Queen Street outside. So when we consulted last year, we tried to bring a bit more consistency to the parking around Queen Street to make it more predictable for users. So that's why we've gone with the P60 to kind of lessen the impact as well.
I've just got a question, Matt, further to Councillor Nelson's request. If we were to amend that, so it would become 2A agrees to designate the 3 parallel car parks for P60, and B agrees to consult on designating Queen Street from Bruce Street, blah, blah, blah. Is that possible? So we do both?
I can't see what would it be possible.
I'm just making sure, because we don't want to put something forward that's.
In terms of staging, what I would recommend is you would do the P60 3 car parks, and then in terms of consultation, probably look at when would be best to go. Is there something that we can line up alongside that's going in the next little while to try and just.
And also, you don't want the 3 car parks to wait.
No.
Or you're getting information feedback on the other.
The council can resolve today to do the 3 car parks, and we can make that change to the bylaws. We can put in a service request to get the road and contracts to put signs in and get painted.
Yeah, and then the follow-up is the consultation. Yep. So Tim, would you like to move that?
Yeah, I would. Yep. So
Harry.
2A and the other A as well.
Which becomes B.
Yep.
To be or not to be?
Oh no, if you like that, just take the or out and make that do.
So we have a mover. Do we have a seconder?
It's me.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Councillor Lennox. Put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you, Matt. Great. Thanks for your work on that. We now move to 7.4, which is page 79, Ngāti Te Kuro funding access. Tyler or Matt? And Tyler and Matt.
Be a double act.
And Tyler Shana. Welcome. Floor is yours.
Well, again, I'll take the paper as read. It's a recommendation to approve the next stage of funding to reserve, was to continue the development based on feedback from Hapu, based on the work that Matt Smith and the facilities parks team has completed to date as well. There's a plan, there's a budget which represented. The reason it's coming back to council this time, even though it's think the budget was over 150,000. Was that it was a request of council at the time to come back to seek approval of expenditure for phase 2. I'll allow Matt to elaborate a bit more on the payment.
Thank you.
We have almost completed phase 1, and we do have some photos so you can sort of see what has happened to date. There has been some additional fencing gone in. We've removed a number of exotics that are in this space. The next photo takes you through. We've put in some seating, some accessible tables. Again, some more planting that's gone in there. The next photo, there is now a pathway that comes in off Opaki, so that there is now access way through there, which is accessible. Accessible table. Just to either side of that photo there, there is harakiki beds currently being put in. The plants for that have been propagated in Rotorua and will be coming down from there as soon as the beds are in place, which should be end of this week. The next photo again shows the new fence that's gone on one side, and the other is that was the path that went up. We had a number of issues with people slipping over on that path, so we've actually moved the path to go the other way, and so the incline is far less than it was, and we've planted it out with natives. The next photos again just show you more planting that has gone in across to the new path. Next one. And this is the path that went in, which is obviously a reduced gradient, so that it's easier and less chance of people slipping over on there. Since then, there has been some mulch bark gone in, so that's looking much tidier. I think that's the last photo, or is there one more? One more. So that's the shot through to Opaki. The path on the right-hand side is the path that goes through to Matai Street, and there is a bench that's also been placed there. So this second phase funding is looking at extending the pathways. So at the moment there is no pedestrian access from 3rd Street. So it would be putting in an access from 3rd Street that would tie in to the Stanford Place alleyway path. There would be a waharoa put in at the entranceway off 3rd Street and off 4th Street with panels about Ngāti Tukura. And we would look at establishing some more beds. They've been described as test beds, but it's basically to see whether there is medicinal planting that could come from other parts of the country tested in these beds to see whether they will grow in our climate. The last piece of the puzzle really, I guess, for this one is an theatre. So looking at putting in, there's quite an open space that the new seating and tables have gone around, and the idea would be that we would establish an amphitheatre there for kapahaka and any other events that want to be held there.
Tamahama?
First of all, great idea. Great idea. Yeah. Thank you, Matt. Was there anything else, or is that happy to answer questions?
Yep.
Councillor Lennox.
Thank you. On the amphitheatre, will it be a lawn-based amphitheatre like what we've got down at Henry Lake?
Correct.
Yeah, cool. My second question is, and I don't mean to be a bit of a grizz, but if we were to approve your extra funding today, I really would like to be ensured that the convolvulus weed is contained within the area. I walk this regularly and I've often loaded up weed issues on the app and around that area. I know it's great to have new spaces, it's great to invest the money, but I get really concerned when I walk these paths. Gary, I think often you walk these paths as well, to see these weeds kind of taking over all the hard work we've done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could give you two pieces to that. number one, this park before was purely task order mowing. There was no, nothing in contract around any of the planting.
Okay.
So as part of, I guess, the move forward with the additional put in, there is an expectation on our contractors that has now come into contract,
Okay.
and that they will be maintaining that area. If we're talking about the bank as you head up towards Mathai Street, unfortunately, the majority of that bank is actually privately owned. So we are in conversations with the owner of that property as a bit of that convolvulus and other blackberry and other lovely little species are coming from that property, but we are in conversations with that person around getting that tied up as well.
Awesome, Matt. Thank you.
I've just got a couple of things. One is, speaking of Mathai Street, I wanted to thank our contractors for tidying up the left-hand side, which was growing over a resident who came to see me. So thank you very much. She's thrilled. But the second thing is, I just wanted to point out with Councillor Leonard, so she said it's additional money. It's not. It's just a release of what we've promised.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
The thing, no, I just think it's important to, we've already cleared this budget and approved this budget, and it's the next stage of work. So I just think it's important to point that out. So we'll come to Councillor Holmes, and then Gary, you wanting to say something? Yep.
I just wondered, Matt, what contribution did the trust put into it? And the other thing is bringing all these new plants. I hope they're safe, because a lot of people are planting these sort of situations. They seem to vanish. A lot of the plants seem to vanish in the evenings and things. Are you quite confident that that won't happen here? You put an electric fence around it or something? Hook it up to the mains.
I guess the first one is around the planting. At this stage, and it is early stages, we haven't had any thefts from here at all.
It's good.
There are issues in other parks. If we become aware of that, then we will look at what measures we can put in place. As far as from the hapu, at this stage, it's been pretty much a case of we've looked to put the bones in so that then they can seek external funding to do the next phase. If you look at the master plan that we presented when we came for this original funding, it was very detailed, and there was everything from weaving huts. There's some real big ticket items to come. The expectation is that this is our final stage. Once this is done, then the hapu will be in a really good position to actually go to funders and say, hey, this is what the council has done. This is what we'd like to do to then add on to it. Prior to us doing this work, it was kind of a case of, where do you start? By putting in the bones, the pathways, the wahara entrances, the seating, there's now something that they can actually tag into to say, hey, this is our vision for this space. Whakamisko has done the plan, so they can then take that to external funders and say, hey, come on board, help us with this.
Thank you, Matt.
Gary.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we go ahead with funding. I actually go through this place probably 5 times a week. It's on one of my favourite walks, and Matt, I'd like to congratulate you guys on the job you've done there. It's from being nothing, it's magnificent already, and when I read what's going to happen, it's going to become even more fantastic. It's an area of town which gets a lot of traffic because it leads into the 4th Street Trail, and there's a hell of a lot of people go up there, and I've had a number of comments from people of just how good it looks, and the furniture is accessible. It's accessible to wheelchairs. I think you've just done a great job, and I would hate to see it stop now. So I have great pleasure in recommending that we go ahead with the funding.
Moved by Gary, seconded by AJ.
Oh, I had a question.
Oh, yes.
It was just to your point around the funding. So there's 300,000 put aside. We're just releasing the 181 of the 300 that's already been allocated.
So that's the remaining.
Yeah, we've already used that.
So we've used 119 last financial year. That's got us to this stage.
Yep.
So this is the last portion. We didn't use any. So it was originally split over 3 years.
Yep.
With basically going through the planning process, we didn't spend any money year one.
Yep.
So we used 119 last year. This is the remaining money that will see the project.
Great. Okay. So we have a move. Robin, did you want to say?
I just want to say something in regards to the implications of the party. And I don't want to poo-poo anything, but when it refers to the peace sculpture in the Queen Elizabeth Park, so that peace sculpture was put in there in 1921. The man who led that, putting that stone there was a man called Tai Awhioi Te Tau. And at the time in 1921, he was actually the Archbishop of a church, Church of the Seven Rules of Jehovah. And the reason for the stone being put there in 1921 was to commemorate the 40 years of peace between 1881 to 1921. So it's not to poo-poo Reti Mana, because he was the chief, but the significance of that stone is something completely different.
Thank you, Robin.
Are we going to have discussion?
Well, we need a mover and a seconder first, please. So we've got a mover, which seconder is Councillor Collins. Now discussion. Yes.
I've been on council since October, and this is the first thing that I've seen that actually really supports the Māori health and well-being and having a place. So yeah, just wanted to highlight that. And also, obviously I agree, we already did that. But this has been signed off on the LTP. It acknowledges that Wairarapa has two whakapapa, but one has actually been here longer than the other. And so it's interesting to note that, you know, that we're only now doing something of significance like this for Te Koro as a founding contribution to Masterton. And I want to also potentially look at giving them some more money to do that, because obviously a lot of people who aren't from Ngāti Te Koro, Hapu and Iwi are utilising the space. And so therefore we should see it rather as a community space rather than us giving Ngāti Te Koro something, because actually they've given us something bigger. And I just wanted to also share that rongoa is an important element of Te Ao Māori. Accessing rongoa and bringing back that knowledge and that mātauranga is important for our people as part of, you know, I guess the colonial impacts that they've suffered over time, which is, you know, degenerated their knowledge and systems. And as a council and a partner under Te Tiriti o Waitangi, we have a responsibility to help Māori to regain that knowledge. And so I love it. I think it's a great idea, and I think it will be awesome. And you know, and the fact that there was a lot of flack given to native trees during the discussion about Queen Street. I think that this is a wonderful way to kind of balance that out.
Thank you. Naharangi, did you want to say anything?
No, I said it all.
Okay, is there any further discussion? I think it's a wonderful project. I'm so thrilled that we are part of it, and it's community led and council supported. I think it's fantastic. So we have a mover with Gary and a seconder with Wairika. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much, Matt and Tyler. Right, so now we move to page 85, 7.5, which is the use of public places by adjoining business premises policy. And Karen?
That would be familiar.
Brent has declared a conflict of interest, so he's going. We'll come and grab you back.
He doesn't need to leave,
Yes, he does. Yeah. It's just a better process.
Otherwise his body language will.
That's why this is recorded.
Yeah, it's just easier to talk freely. Welcome. Can I just, has everyone got their singing voice on? It's Maria's birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Maria. Happy birthday to you. Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you. This is very hard now to start. But now start my conversation. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'll stand up. First of all, thank you very much for that long song. For the comments and suggestions made to the use of public places but adjoining premises policy. We have now 2 different sessions where we discuss the aspects of this proposal. And before starting with some of the changes we're proposing now, I would like to provide a brief summary of what this policy means for the community. So the purpose is to provide a clear and consistent framework for businesses that want to use public places, particularly for those activities such as outdoor dining, mostly, but wholesale of goods and for ancillary use, that is, all complementary uses of activities to the main businesses. The policy is designed to ensure that public places remain safe, accessible, and available for everyone, while still supporting local businesses and creating a vibrant center. It establishes a clear approval pathway based on the scale and impact on the activity, ranging from minor uses through to larger proposals that might affect pedestrian movement, parking, or public amenities. A key focus of the policy is ensuring that every application is assessed against core criteria, and that includes compliance with council requirements, health and safety consideration, and accessibility standards as minimum requirements. Additional factors such as impact on council assets, sustainability, and fairness between businesses is also considered here. Overall, we believe that this policy balances 2 important objectives: supporting economic activity in town center and activation, while protecting the public's right to safe, accessible, and well-managed public places. It also provides transparency for businesses, consistency for council, and confidence for the community that those public places are being used appropriately and responsibly. After the last session, we have considered making the following amendments. 1, we have rescheduled the commencement date right after the approval of this policy. If this, after you consider this policy is fit for purpose, the policy will be ready to be applied in the next date. That is, if this policy is approved today, tomorrow, starting 6 August 2026. The second change is related to the number of car parks that can be allowed per application. We're proposing to increase the number from 1 to 2 car parks, just to give businesses the opportunity to make use of those areas that might not necessarily accommodate the spaces they might want to use for the outdoor dining areas. And third, there are some proposed changes to the fee structure, and I would like to invite my colleague Matt to talk about those.
Thank you, Matt.
So, like the policy, we don't have a framework for commercial occupation of public space. So, what the charging framework aims to do is create a consistent and transparent approach where a business is receiving a private benefit for use of public land. The framework was developed by considering council admin costs, so that's covered by an application fee, commercial lease rates for land in the CBD. We've got value of public parking, so the parking space charge, and also existing charges for commercial use that we have. We also looked across the country at different councils, so there were 5 examples on paper. Got another 5 examples as well. What is really clear from looking across the country is there's no standard approach. There's not even a standard approach to how these things are charged, as much as how much they are charged. So what we wanted to do was create something that was pretty simple and straightforward and easy. Right? It's the challenge of balancing 2 important objectives here, though. Obviously, the first is activation and vibrancy in our town centre. So we want people to be in the town centre using the space, creating an atmosphere, but also tying back to the user pay principles that are set out in the Local Government Act and were discussed as part of our LTP process. So currently the proposal is for minor, so less than 2 meters squared, there'd be no fees at all. You would essentially contact the council, say this is what you're doing, and to use it. The standard and major, there would be an application fee. So as I said, the application fee is to recognise admin costs for council, and it's proposed there is a square metre fee. And then if a park is used, so if someone wants to encroach into a car park and they use a car park space, they're charged for that. They are not also charged a square meterage fee for that car park though. So when you pay the fee for the car park, that is the fee you pay. You don't then pay whatever the square meterage fee is. The reason proposal 2 is recommended in the report is it reflects commercial benefit, supports user pays principles. We're avoiding annual renewal fees that other councils impose. So if someone has an agreement with us, they've gone through the application process, unless there's been a change, it makes sense just to continue it on instead of running an annual renewal fee. And also provides administrative simplicity and transparency. So that's kind of the basis behind the charging framework as set out inside there. Obviously, there's some options in there for councillors to consider, or councillors might have their own.
Thanks, Matt. Questions, please, of Matt and Maria.
I've got a question. With the comparable councils, they're all significantly bigger than Masterton, and I can't see the logic behind the comparative councils. The next smallest is over 20,000 bigger than us. Are there any comparative councils that are similar in size, similar in the makeup of the towns within those communities?
So that's a great question. It is very difficult to find direct comparisons with Masterton, but we've also looked at other councils. So for example, in Tasman, so that includes Richmond and Motueka. So Richmond, a population of just under 20,000, Motueka, population of roughly 8,000. They have a $273 application fee, $273 annual renewal fee. They charge on a weekly basis, so it's $66 a week per week up to 15 meters squared, and then $72 per week up to 30 meters squared. So they have a weekly charge. Tokoroa, smaller than us, but probably like us, don't draw in a huge amount of tourists, 15,000 population. So they have a $95 application fee, and then the occupation charge is negotiated on a case-by-case basis. Cambridge, they have a $365 application fee, a $93 annual renewal, and then they charge $31 per square metre. The only place that I could find that talked about a parking fee was Gore. So they charge $75 a year in Gore, and then it's $10 a day for the occupation of a car park, and their population is roughly 13,000. So yeah, just take your point about the comparisons in the paper. So try to get some more, but it's really murky is how councils do it. And then these are the councils I could find the information for. Some of them refer to things that no longer exist.
Yeah. Those first ones you said up to 15 square meters. That's quite big compared to what we're looking at in this report. Am I correct?
So we don't have a limit on the size in the report. We're proposing to charge annually $180 per square metre for the year. So there is, and I didn't get a chance to work it out with the Richmond and Motueka proposal, there's a point where if you're smaller, you are actually paying a lot compared to someone who's bigger under that, as opposed to the other way. So there's like a tipping point where it becomes value for money if when you're larger. Yeah.
Just there's the amount of work behind doing all that you've done. Is this clawed back in fees?
Well, not at the moment because we don't. There would be obviously if a charging framework of some form is agreed, there would be an application fee charge, but that's more for processing of the application, and that lines up with how we charge other applications, resource consents, building consents, etc.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Lennox and Councillor Collins.
Thank you.
Talk to it and you can ask some questions too.
Yeah, I
I have concerns about the policy. And I would like to propose, whenever the right time is right, to make some amendments to it. Because my biggest overarching question is, what problem are we trying to solve here? Something's already in place, seems to be working relatively fine as far as I'm concerned. So what's the bigger picture problem we're trying to solve here?
So we don't actually have agreements with any of these. We don't have formal agreements. So there's an example we have where a business has changed hands and a business owner is about to apply for a liquor license. And they can't get licensed for the outside space because they don't have an agreement to use it. So we don't actually have an agreement. So there's nothing stopping me turning up with my table of chairs and setting up outside West Strata and eating my lunch, because there's no license to occupy a space. So anyone could essentially use the space. So the businesses are using it and that's being recognised by the public, but we don't actually have any agreements with anyone at the moment. So that is the issue we're trying to solve, and that's what Maria's sort of talking about. The fees thing, I think you can almost, it's one then the other, as opposed to,
Yeah, so that leads into my next question, is that can we still have the policy and the licensing component with amendments if we deem fit, and then just have a completely separate license fee structure to reflect? Just because we implemented something doesn't mean we have to charge people for it, right?
So council can take that decision not to charge, or charge some aspects and not others.
Yeah.
But your recommendation is that it'd be great to have an agreement in place, so there's some standards are set and there's a right to use.
Provide certainty for us, but also certainty for businesses as well, of the space that they are then occupying for outside dining or for displaying their goods or whatever it might be.
Okay, yep. I've got a question whenever you're finished.
Yep.
You finished.
Yeah, but I would like to
No, we'll
get to that.
I think Maria had something to.
Yep, fear of missing out.
No, you won't.
I need to wait.
Yes, Maria.
If I may, just the main driver for this policy to meet minimum criteria such as health, safety, and accessibility standards that they're not currently met in all cases. But there are potential problems as well, like for instance, risk of operational inefficiencies. Since we don't have an oversight of how these outdoor dining areas, for instance, are being built, if they meet technical standards, that could put the public at risk. Legal vulnerability, what happens if someone has an accident in those areas? How's this going to be covered? What are the liabilities? Also, internally, there are difficulties in compliance, since we don't have a register of the businesses, if we don't know who is doing what, and we cannot track their activities, then it becomes harder to ensure compliance. And just to add to the discussion about the fees, this policy doesn't has any annex or discussion about the fees. That's a separate document. So the policy regulates the let's say the guidelines around the use, and it has annexes related to the areas where this use happen. But the fees are different. Like we keep it separately in order to. Yeah, sorry.
No, I wanted to ask a question on that. So we can just bear with me for a minute. In the recommended, we can you know what I'm going to ask. Can we approve the policy and then deal with the fees separately?
So my response, it depends on what you want to change, because if you want to change something within the fees that impacts how we've made the categorization, then we're going to have to go away and do a little bit more thinking around that. But if it doesn't impact that, then so let's hear what you.
So no, we'll just hear
after you've done the question.
Wairika first.
My question is, we have some agreements in place already that obviously we want to tidy up. And I'm aware that in at least one of the blocks, 2 parks are already exhausted. So does that mean that there's no parks available for others?
So the intention is we use the existing parking as a baseline. So where the parks have been taken previously, haven't been as part of the CBD works returned to parking, those are not counted.
Okay.
So it's to
So there
prevent
are
that
two,
essentially.
basically.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
Councillor Bowyer.
Want to clarify?
people who have that use at the moment have no legal standing. And if someone came along and complained, they could lose that ability to use that space.
Yeah,
It depends what agreement there are. There are a few with agreements and they do have license to occupy, but they're outside of this policy. They're, for example, food trucks, which are dealt with under a separate process.
Okay,
so we don't have, like with this business, we don't.
so it's messy anyway, isn't it?
Yes. Hence the need for a policy.
So Stella, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm obviously quite concerned here as an ex-retailer myself of Queen Street that we are pretty, that is, by the way, we are pretty putting a high price on the vibrancy of our town. So I would like to propose some amendments to the policy as it currently sits, particularly around the framework and the options for charging that are stated in our paper. Feel comfortable to charge a business that wants to occupy a public car park for exclusive commercial use as a public resource is being removed from general use. A fee to me seems reasonable. But I also want to push for the proposal one charging option, but remove all application fees and annual area fees. Revised thoughts around my framework changes. So this is a bigger discussion. So I don't know if what we do.
It's very confusing.
Yeah.
I think correct me if I'm wrong, I think what Stella wants, proposing that we charge for the car park space. And we charge what's there, which is 2236 or whatever you could do, correct?
Yes.
But you don't want to charge for the minor footpath space or admin fee? Do you want to charge, you don't want to charge for the standard?
No.
No?
Hold on. I've got it written.
Square.
So
yeah, square meter.
So I can read it out. Minor, no application fee, no annual charge under 2 square meters. I'd like to propose that. Standard, 2 square meters and above, no application fee, no annual charge, because that's cafes with a little table. That's a bookstore with a table and a little trolley with some books on it. Major is a different kettle of fish. I believe there would be the need to meet with council staff to discuss the needs and requirements. But again, application fee for that's fine. But again, no annual charge because they're not actually permanent things that they're going to be doing. And one of my concerns with the writing in
major is.
Pardon?
Major is permanent.
Hold on.
Structural anchoring, substantial up.
Yeah, so that would be a cafe with tables bolted to the footpath. That would be
an awning.
An awning. Yeah. So no, I still would propose not to charge people for that because that is, in my eyes, adding vibrancy and making the place look fantastic. They're already paying thousands to make the place look fantastic. Why then get charged further? But if we remove the car park or car parks directly off the street, which is already a public resource, yes, of course, I believe the premises should be charged for that. I just feel like we're putting a big dollar sign on the vibrancy of our town, where as an ex-retailer, I would be thinking, I can't afford to continually pay more things towards making the town look better or also enhance my business. So there's a bit in there, and I apologise that it's confusing, but I guess at the end of the day, I'm happy to charge whatever it is we've proposed for the removal of a parking space, that's fine. But it's those frameworks, the minor, standard, major, that I want to look at removing all annual charges for and the application fee for standard and minor. That's it.
Yes.
But I do also have a query, sorry, just around the wording.
So, because the suggestion could be that it lies on the table.
Yes.
Well, we need to get support for that.
That's
if we get support for that, that it lies on the table, Matt and Maria come back with that, but it would need to be supported.
Yeah.
What was the wording that also that you?
Oh, I just, under the framework, it just talks about under a major category, occupation involving fixed structure, occupation of parking spaces. I think that needs to be separate because then we have parking space charge where occupation displaces a public car park. So the wording should be changed where permanent occupation displaces, and under major, it should say temporary occupation of parking spaces, because they're two very different things.
Can I just ask a question too, though? We talked about license to occupy. Would that mean still that the standard one still had to submit an application and get it signed off? Because that's really important.
Yeah,
That was a process, because we haven't got a, because that's where it's
that
missing.
was so what, and we're working through the procedures in the background at the moment, but essentially the way we get it is if you were a minor, so you were under
Yeah.
2 square meters, you provide, but if you were through the standard, because it would need to be assessed, you would need to assess what your plan is with like accessibility, etc. There would be some work even for the standard, just to make sure it's all
Yeah.
okay, tickety boo. For the major, obviously it's different because you'll be potentially getting building consents and things like that. With the major as well, there will be a requirement to make right, but that would be as part of the license agreement, not as part of the fees agreement.
So you could still ensure that there's a policy that's applicable for this kind of thing. And then you could, if there was agreement, you could pay only for the parking spaces. Is that a possibility?
It is. It just, I think we might need to have a look, in addition to what you said, around that permanence or not, because we were not encouraging permanence that gave a lease right, a property right. There's quite a difference between a lease and a property right.
Yeah.
And so having something permanent suggests a property right. So we would need to have a look at that. Also, just to be really clear, the application, as Matt said, the application fee is to cover the costs of going through the processing. Now, some of these can be quite large. If it's anything under permanent, it could still be quite a big application, a big area that we would need to do a lot of work on and still require the work to undertake for a license to occupy. So if there's no application fee to cover that, effectively that's being covered by the ratepayer. So that's a choice you can make, but just be aware that that's the choice that you can make. And it's inconsistent with the user pays policy around applications that we always pass on. If you're applying to be a hairdresser, we pass that, the application fee on. Like I say, you could still make that decision, but just be aware that that's what that means.
I understand that. I just feel like here's 2 square meters right here. This is this table here. There's 2 square meters. And I think it's unjust when we're trying to create vibrancy and promote the town looking beautiful, and we're investing all this money into this beautiful new infrastructure, and we're asking through the vision master and groups and all that to our businesses to come on board, yet we're now saying cool, come on board with us, but actually we're going to send some fees, and it doesn't sit right with me. So I just want more. I would like today for this to go away and come back, and just especially around combining that minor standard and having them kind of as the same as.
Shall we get feedback from the others then? And
Yeah,
see
sure.
who supports that.
Yeah.
Some feedback from,
Yeah, I'd like to come back.
well,
Probably.
it's not that helpful.
We've been, for some reason, relentless in the pursuit of this, and the amount of time that it's taking is astounding. So I'd like it to come back.
But I mean,
Sorry, I missed the last workshop.
rather than just come back though, it'd be nice to have an opinion on the car park spaces or the major structures or the.
I feel like, as Stella said, we're looking for I reckon we could go all over the place and find heaps of potential problems all over town, and there'd be a reason to solve them. And I think that's what we've done here. We're looking for a problem that doesn't necessarily exist.
Well, it does exist actually, Matt.
So we've had applications from businesses that don't currently have these arrangements. A lot of this has been actually driven by businesses wanting something and then having the ability to give them that. So that's kind of been the driver for this. We know at least 5 businesses look to space.
AJ, then Craig, and then I'd like to say something.
I support the charging for the use of car parks, and I am interested in what the permanent fixture implications might look like as well. And I talk all the comments around the vibrancy and the impact that we've had through upgrading our CBD, but then the continual vibrancy that we want from that. So I wouldn't want staff spending a lot of time over a 2 square metre. So the removal of that, I support.
Okay. Craig?
Very similar comments to AJ. I think the whole car park scenario, using that, you get on major structure, get on with that, yeah.
I'll just go and then you. I support the car park. I don't support minor should be able to happen, standard should be able to happen, but I'm worried about the major construction. And I think that should be assessed. There should be a structure and a fee for the major because it's permanent, it's established, and I don't want it to look like shantytown.
And the make good.
Yeah, we go Warika.
Yeah, I just pretty much, I think what you said, but I'll say it differently. Just, we need a policy to guide, so that we can ensure that we're equitable and we're giving everybody the same, kind of considerations. Yeah, I agree that anything that's on 1 and 2, and yeah, so I just want to see what that entails. But again, we want to have people come here. We want to make our place look nice, but we want to be able to kind of decide what framework that fits into, rather than but then it doesn't have to cost money, other than maybe a little bit admin, because obviously it's going to take some time and energy to do that, but maybe not so much outside of that.
Because I think you've set the criteria with accessibility, health and safety, and that absolutely is a given. But then, and then if someone wants to do something big and look at me, well then it should be assessed. In car parks, yeah.
Yes, so car park, yeah, 100%. Great chat, guys. Car parks definitely major, to the point where, yes, obviously come in, apply, but don't just charge them an annual fee. So I know that my pergola is going to cost me however many thousands, up to 5,000 if we went for proposal 3, or whatever, even more, per year. That's just cruel. Like, apply for it, get your tick off consent, and then pay the little fee and you're done.
And then maybe it's reviewed
for the major, yeah. But I don't like this reoccurring fees, taking money off our humble businesses and retailers. Yeah.
Maria.
Yes. So I just wanted to say that the policy also considers a review period of 1 year, because we understand that this is the first time our Macedon has these sort of policies compared to other councils where they've been running or running a policy for more than 10 years. So given that this is the first time, we want to give the opportunity to businesses to adjust to all these rules and new guidelines. And this could be also an opportunity to test the specific, categories of use or classifications of use, such as minor, standard, and major. And if there is any changes we can do in the process, we definitely have that door open to see and talk to the businesses as well about what they need.
Thank you. Stella.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just so what can we do today to ensure that this policy doesn't get adopted? Because see, we've all got thoughts and feelings about it. So what's the next steps to now get it back to us with the revision of feedback that we've given you guys today?
Do you feel the direction's clearer?
I do have one question for direction. With standard, so obviously you have people who set up tables and chairs and pack them away at the end of it, and you have some that don't. I'd be interested to know how you would like that to be treated, because obviously that's not returning the space back to public usage outside time. So just a bit of steer on how you'd like it to be treated.
So that's, for example, a picnic table bolted down.
Yeah. So some places have chairs and it's right. I mean, when I was pack them away at the end of the night, and some places put out big ones and leave them there. Yeah. So would you?
But they're not permanently fixed.
Some of them are just heavy, so they can't.
Yeah. Well, that's just keep purchasing of a good table that you can't drag inside at the end of the night. In my mind, it's not permanently fixed there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Just looking for that.
So what we'll do is we'll leave this and with officers and then come back to it. That much closer. Okay, good discussion.
Thank you. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Maria.
Now, thanks, Matt, Maria. Now we move to page 382. Is infrastructure activity report.
Kudos. He's been here most of the morning, waiting for this option.
Well,
no, right. And working in the same time.
Thank you for being patient.
So I'll only just highlight some of the key points.
I just don't want to take up too much time, but I do want to highlight a couple of things. One is the June, July storm event. So since the last time I came to you with a paper, there's been obviously another big event, and that's had quite a substantial consequence in terms of funding as well. We've had about still tallying it up, but it's close to $650,000 of response work. It's both last month and this month getting complete by our contractor Higgins. And we're looking at 5 sites that are more complex for the engineering options. I haven't bought a paper to you yet, but I will. I'm still talking to NZTA about funding and applications and whether or not they might also look into the possibility of a more enhanced funding rate as well for this, considering the events we've had in the year. So we'll be trialing that avenue as well with them. And the other one just to highlight was some of the statistics and stats for last year, just to under the last point on the summary update, see we completed nearly 6% sealed surface on the network and 8.85 or close to 1% of pavement renewals, renewing the complete road, and quite a bit of culvert replacements, 50 metres, 600 metres of curb and channel, new curb and channel work, and quite a lot of work on maintenance modelling on Mansfield roads. Yeah, so those are the 2 key things I want to highlight. Take questions.
Ask questions now.
Yeah, any questions of Rodan, please? Councillor Bowyer, then Councillor Goodwin.
Hey, thanks very much, Phyllis. Hey, really good to see in the projects a lot of footpath stuff coming forward. Because I know my question is around some of the unsealed roads, and particularly I was going to mention Dags and Wairi Road. Okay? You know, the water tables, that sort of thing. We're just continuing to get to those as we can, and was it on a scheduled program maintenance?
We've got quite a big schedule building tabling unsealed roads with a specialised digger with a water tabling bucket. It's just getting complete now. But there's been quite a bit of work on Wairi Road and Dags roads already for water tabling and whatnot, just trying to get it's been struck both times by those 2 events quite heavily with rainfall in the Morrisville sort of
Stop
that area.
Just got a follow-up question. Yep. No, it's probably. If when we are doing work out there and we already have traffic management in place, all that kind of stuff, is there the ability for possibly a private person to use their digger in conjunction with our crew?
I won't say no, there's not a possibility, but it has to fit up the contractors' health and safety work plans and risk-based plans as well, and we're working with them. So they either they the contractor requirement and working with them. They tend to not want to do that because they can't control them, but that's possible.
Yeah, it's just that I had a refuse from my area.
Perhaps you could take that offline.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Any Councillor Goodwin and then Councillor Coates.
Can you just, what's the difference? 452 tonnes of maintenance aggregates. That when there's 7,268 tonnes of maintenance. I just
7,000 tonne is the total for the year, and with the 400 was from just a month, was it? Where'd you get one?
Just under the summary update, 4th bullet point down.
Oh, yeah. So then we've just done 450 tonnes last month, or since I last reported to you. And the total down the bottom there, 7,000 is how much we've done in the whole year.
Any other questions?
Just my question is in regards to the stormwater resilience. Does that include any parts of town that were impacted by the recent storm? And if so?
Stormwater resilience work under the capital improvements.
Yes.
So we're concentrating on rural areas, not really areas. Yeah. And they're like areas that have been struck by the storms and could do with bigger culverts from culvert catchment analysis. We've upgraded them or put more culverts in to try and get the road protected during storm events. Yeah. So we've done 3 sites now, and we've got about 15, I think, that we would like to do more. Basically, the aim is to be more resilient when a storm event happens, not have to fix broken.
Oh, okay. And that's been demonstrated Really through sites that have been treated.
Yeah, one of the examples, the Marston Customer Road just past Clear Lake Langdale, when you go down the road, we put a lot more stormwater resilience into that area, and it's because it's quite slip prone, and it's worked during these two events, it hasn't slipped.
Any other questions of roading? No? Thank you very much, Kane. Thank you for your patience.
Good job, Kane.
Yeah. We move on to utilities.
Yes, you're great, Steve. Talk about utilities. So, I mean, there's been quite a bit that's been happening, of course, across the water projects with the Nikau Reservoir tank. So that evaluation is going to be, that procurement is now going into evaluation. For raw water storage, which we'll talk to a bit more within the project's update, where we've got Johannes to contribute to that as well. And I'll allow Steve to sort of talk to the balance of the report.
Obviously, we've been dealing with a lot of flooding issues. We have commissioned a new report due in a few weeks. I have had some conversations with the engineer, and it's yes, it's quite interesting. Some lanes down Colombo Road, around those areas. So we're waiting for that to happen. But obviously, we've been addressing a lot of residents' concerns and visiting them and coming up with solutions where we can. If we can't, we're waiting for this report, which will assist us. So that was a big focus this past month.
And just to add to that, we have a scope for in and around that southern part of Marston as well. That's going to get going out for a detailed investigation around gaps, network, and improvements.
We've just about completed the High Street Rider Main stage 2. That's just been commissioned now, and that's in conjunction with NCTA, WTA. And then we are now will be tendering out to complete the last final stage this financial year, which will take us closer to from Vivian Street to Kiribuni roundabout. So we'll get all our laterals out of that state highway.
Maybe to talk about some of the stormwater work that's been completed as well, just so along with Wairika's question to Kane's report.
Thank you.
Okay, as you can see, we've done a lot of stream clearing. We have got a program in place and highlighted all the areas that we've completed and what we're going to do, obviously within budget. Gordon Street, we've fitted a bypass pipe. Woodhouse Street, we did a retaining wall in the waterway. And Oxford Street is the clearing out of the second stage of the waterway about to start. And as I said, we dealt with the flooding. We've also, with the sewer side, we're replacing pipes over the Waikoa Bridge because they were starting to deteriorate. And they were made them a lot more resilient. That's the final couple of weeks of that project. So give us a bit more resilience there. And the Homebush irrigation flow meter has finally arrived, and it's nearly, the physical works is nearly complete.
I've just got some questions, if that's all right. Following on from the stormwater, I noticed in the next page you talk about a stormwater management strategy. So I'd just like you to share some thoughts on that. But also too, you mentioned about the June, July flooding. Is it, and you're waiting on a report, will that also address the problems that were faced in Kippenberger, Kitchener Street, Regland Street area? Because I know
that's going to be, yes.
So that will assist with that?
Yes.
Terrific. And the other thing I wondered if you could just talk to the water storage land acquisition, because it's sort of gone here and there a wee bit with looking at land, purchasing land.
We have the benefit of Johannes, who's been a lot of those comments.
So
you want to jump up this way? We can talk about now.
So I'm quite encouraged that you've been exploring different options.
Oh, you say.
The landscape has changed, because it's really good to be able to do that, to find the right fit. But could you just talk to us about that water storage, where we're at with that now?
Thank you, Your Worship. So since last time that we spoke about the water storage, we've obviously investigated the viable options of where to put the various, the raw water and the treated water storage. We looked at sites that were identified by Lutra that would be hydraulically suitable and preferable. We also talked to some of those landowners of the potential of acquiring the land. At the same time, we talked to our operational team of how that would work and whether there would be any disadvantages to some of those sites identified. In parallel to that, we've also looked at the resource consenting pathway of our ability to actually put treated water storage on those sites. And ultimately, the conclusion came that that pathway is extremely challenging to, one, acquire land in an environment where it's mostly subdivisions, or not subdivisions, lifestyle blocks. So you would create quite an obstructive feature that's new to the environment. And then also just the cost of the land. That led us to consider the option of putting both treated water and raw water on the same site. And that looks to be quite advantageous. Firstly, we already have the land, so there's no requirement to negotiate or purchase land. There's sufficient space for the budgets that's been approved to design a meaningful raw water storage with potential future upgrade possibilities, as well as have treated water space with future upgrade possibilities. Also, that that land's already been designated for water storage. So the consenting pathway is significantly easier. Lastly, we have the great advantage of gravity from where Kaituna is. So there'd be minor pumping from the treatment plant to the tank, and then from there, the whole network would be gravity fed. So that led us to developing the concept further on that land. Where we currently are is we've completed geotechnical investigations. The soil samples are currently in the lab being investigated that will influence the final design. We've also engaged both engineering geology as a Turkey Nest Dam expert company, as well as Lutra as a treated water and pump station expert company to provide input into developing the principles requirement that would form the basis of the engineering parameters for both the resource consent for construction of the dam, as well as the tender for the actual design and construct of the two treated water facilities.
So other thing too, can we have people off their phones while we're in meetings, please? Really appreciate that. It's disrespectful, but also, so we're getting there, obviously, and I think that works fantastic, that you're isolating what's the best thing to do, which is terrific. And what sort of time frame are we working on now?
So there's a few dependencies in terms of there's the resource consent piece. That's probably the most challenging part, or not challenging. That's one of the tasks that we need to work on. So we're probably looking to be able to go to the market for the design and construct contract within 3 months. So you would ideally, or realistically, you would see construction start early in the new year.
Terrific, because that's obviously the end point we're trying to get to, because we all respect how important water storage is to our community, and it's one of the promises that we've been working on to deliver. So that sounds like some great work's been happening. So well done. Any other questions? We'll go to Wairika, then Councillor Holmes.
Yeah, I just have a question for Steve. So you said regular scheduling, that you were cleaning the streams. Is this not part of an annual regular schedule, or is it gonna be going forward?
It hasn't been, well, not since that I've been with, since I've been here. It may have been previous, I haven't seen it. They were in poor state. So we started about nearly a year and a half ago. Unfortunately, they needed a lot of heavy cleaning, meaning we had to use within consenting conditions in some areas. But we're getting to a stage that we are looking at either twice a year or annually, depending on the type of waterway that it is. So yes, that's the stage we're getting.
Oh, and do you think had we had done that before the flooding, that might have avoided a lot of what?
I'll make a quick comment on that. We did put it in, but council reduced the funding for
Okay,
this to occur. So therefore, some of that activity wasn't done to the extent. I'm suggesting that there obviously needs to be a little bit more activity in that space.
yeah, that's also what I'm suggesting, so.
Terrific. Thanks, Kim. Councillor Holmes?
Oh, yeah, it's just one correction. It'll be a reservoir, it won't be a dam, won't it?
It will, yes, it's a reservoir.
Yeah, okay,
Depending on which way you look at it.
Dam to some people. So let's use the word reservoir. And the other question I just wanted to ask, was the company that's doing this investigation to the storm dam, can you just tell us who they are, please? Are they local or?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, Steve can talk to the Lansdowne investigation.
Yeah,
And
just the whole flooding thing.
we're separated into two localities at the stage. The second part, which is the South Cyllin, still needs to be commissioned. The scope needs to be sent out and brought back. Well, ideally, we would have some. There's local knowledge, but the local expertise around stormwater and management. We just need to test that. I don't. I'll test it with Steve. Like I said, we've got experts, and then we have experts, and I really want to get of what we consider to be the expert to be able to give us a good gap analysis and suggestions around improvements in and around that area. Open water drains, whatever pipe network we have, storm sewer infiltration, or additional testing we need to do to identify significant areas of infiltration, all within scope. So it's quite a big task for a engineering company to be taken on.
Just the reason I ask is that big development in the Williams block, there are a hell of a lot of experts involved there, and it's still flooded.
Well, we had the detention dam doing what it needed to do, so we were on site observing it in action. So it was at capacity.
Yeah, they were extreme storms.
They were extreme.
Accept that.
Councillor Nelson?
Steve, you said before that, I think I heard you right, that you're working with families or properties that have been impacted by the storm damage and flooding?
Where we can, we couldn't get around everybody, because as you can imagine, it's quite a big response. But yes, we've been working through them. Haven't got to them all yet.
Yep. And sorry, just to clarify, we've also had groups of people come in to see us in the office, collectively, where they have a common issue. Yeah. So we are making our way through all the basically the easiest way we could see to triage all the service requests that we had across individual properties is to not treat them individually, but to get them in together so we can talk about it together.
Yep. So the solutions that were put in place in the past are those sort of solutions we're looking at now. The families on Coburn Street where they had those tanks installed.
So we are looking quite specifically at those tanks on Coburn Street. We have quite a lot of evidence around infiltration from those properties into their tanks. We have to work with them individually to actually understand.
Gary, if I was at school, I'd take that phone off the student and I'd give it to the put it in the office and give it to the principal. Sorry, Ty.
But we are looking at our approach. We've already met with one of those landowners already, and then the other landowners will be meeting with individually as well. Once we've got the evidence together to say this is what needs to happen with your property, they have it completely sealed so that tank is effective.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Goodwin?
Is there an ongoing smoke detection program?
Can't hear you, Brent. Sorry?
Is there an ongoing smoke detection program to address the wastewater infiltration?
I understand it has to work within budget. The quotes that they've had in the past across big parts of Marsden have been quite, I guess, reasonably cost prohibitive. Steve, you'd have some information about costs. That
Yeah, so we,
Quite cheap.
No, well, we got a quote for the majority of Lansdowne, looking at 600 to 800,000. So you probably wouldn't do that all at once. You would just take, do a few streets, analyse if anything need to be done, get it prepared, or instruct people to prepare if it's on private property. With the report that I was just talking about earlier, we will get the pinch points and the risk areas, and then we will probably start out smoke testing. Smoke testing will tell you obviously where infiltration is, but not all of it, of the problem areas. So it is a tool we can use along with cameras and stuff like that. So from the report, we will probably end up smoke testing specific areas where they think. But if we wanted to cover a good area, it's significant. But we're also looking at things like flow monitoring of manholes, infiltration, stuff like that. But we really want to get this report so we've got good areas that we can concentrate on, do the analysis, see what's required, and fix it and move on. We don't want to do an analysis and not get anything.
the flow monitoring setting.
Just keep, within budget. So,
And we've had some good progress with the Tanui flow monitoring around infiltration in the network. So we've got a very select property that we're going to be looking to direct, where we know there's a lot of infiltration that's coming through, but it wouldn't have been revealed unless we had the monitoring in place in the manhole, and then being able to run the lines and detect where that is.
With the one thing we are doing, and it hasn't gone to this report because we've only just got the pricing, and we also put a lot of inspection points on sewer laterals, on property boundaries. That enables us to camera and smoke test, and that's earmarked at this stage for Taranaki Street. So inspection points also help us find infiltration.
So when you replace the sewer main, do you?
Yes, so the recent west side relining, that was part of the scope. So as you know, we did the actual pipe, council laterals, and we put inspection points on every as well.
And we'll go to councillor Bowyer and then AJ.
Just want to confirm the figure you just said. You said $600,000 to $800,000 to blow smoke up someone's pipes.
A whole suburb though.
Okay.
Did you want to get a job?
AJ, then Warika.
Lost my train of thought after that one. Just to thank you for your responsiveness. Like it's really hard when you see community posting photos of sewage running through and the stress that causes when they're worried about the next flood. So I just wanted to thank you for community and also your longer term work that you're going to do as well. And just question in terms of timing for that report to come back. Have you got a time frame when we can expect to see that?
Yes, we were told a month, so we've probably got 3 weeks left, and we communicated that to a specific resident who, as Ty said, we front footed last week.
Thank you.
Warika, then councillor Lennox.
Sorry, my question is, can you explain what infiltration means in this case?
So infiltration is, well, there's many sort of several different points of infiltration that we try to address across the community. We're talking about COVID Street specifically. We've got video evidence of infiltration underneath the properties from pooling groundwater. So it's actually coming through their gully traps, back down through into their sewer laterals, going straight into their tank. And I believe that it was about 500 litres a second.
No. So the gully trap is where all your waste from inside your house goes into the sewer pipe. And then, of course, if you've got groundwater and you've got a not a very good lateral to our all the water gets in there, fills up or backflows, and they've got waste all over their place. This particular gully was smashed in with pipe, just pushed in there, not sealed. Groundwater not being managed, went in and flooded their own property waste. So what we were doing is we were doing a 5,000 litre tank had to be emptied again in 5 minutes. That's how much the infiltration was on that property. And we're paying for that. The ratepayers paying that. So that's 5,000. I suck a truck to suck that tank out 5 minutes during that event.
So Steve, it's pretty clear then, if we look at that, what you said earlier was important is that we've replaced or relined all those pipes in the main street. In that particular street, We've replaced the laterals to the fence line,
That's right.
Our laterals, yes, correct.
which are ours, and we put an inspection point, therefore it clearly has to be coming in from private property.
Yes.
So that's what we really have to focus on. It's not about upgrading the pipes in the main in that particular road, or it's more about actually going into each property and identifying where that cross connection might be or the infiltration and addressing that. So there might even be a bigger discussion that we should be having about how we go about somehow. And I know David will go, good Lord, we can't do that, but assisting with some funding around trying to address this, because this seems to be the gift that keeps on giving. We've got to get one thing right, which is, fresh water and then sewage going out the pipes without coming up in backyards. And so if we can address that and put maybe some funding through the LTP towards assisting or putting some scheme in place, I think that's the right thing to do.
100%, correct. Yeah, so that whole sewer line down Coburn Street's been relined, laterals will be relined, manholes have been sealed. All the council assets are working very well. We do know which houses have already done that. We do know what houses need to be worked on, but it's private property. The tanks are only temporary, they come out, I believe, 28.
Yeah, because there's an enormous amount of effort that the council has done, and I just need to highlight that. The council hasn't just sat there and done very little. There's a lot that's happened, but the next stage is really looking at how we can assist those private property owners in a way that's sensible, because we don't want to rip up nice asphalt driveways to repipe underneath those. But there needs to be a solution that we can all work on together here, and even a payment scheme over 10 years or something.
I agree. I mean, important assistance, providing the portalies, which is the right thing to do, is the assistance. That is actually a private issue, but we're providing stuff because they're not preparing their own assets as homeowners or landlords, as well as the cycle trucks.
Yeah.
This is, so we are assisting.
This sounds like the sort of thing we should have another workshop on. We're hearing this in a meeting, and there's a lot of information that you're sharing. A lot of it I don't understand. So I think it would be worth having a workshop.
And I think too, Tim, once that report comes through, which pinpoints with us.
Down in southeast Martins as well, where we have a lot of those pressing issues. So we do really need to, and the reason why the scope is getting refined is so that we can flip it to an efficient program. It isn't so broad that it covers everything, but not the things that we really care about. And so I think a workshop, once we receive those reports, be worthwhile. We highlight the gaps, measures that can likely be taken, and cost implications of that as well.
I think just one other thing I'd like to point out in that area is that the need for the private laterals to be fixed or stormwater, it is towards the end of our one of the flood areas. So even more important, sort of at the end of. So.
And in defence too, I think Tim, you were away at the time. Tyler presented a water workshop which showed where the network was, where it wasn't. I found it really helpful, and there's a lot of new information in there, which was terrific. Councillor Goodwin?
Is that RAS scheme, is that still chugging along? I assume that is tailor-made for funding this, because if I would guess if you spend 800 grand smoke testing, it'll spark off a few million of drain line.
At the moment, the government has signalled RAS scheme that they would support solar efficiency, and that's where it is at the moment. But we'll get back to the report, and that's great work, and we look forward to when you receive that, Steve. Is there anything else, Steve, that you wanted to highlight?
Well, maybe with Johannes here as well, we can just highlight the Heights procurement. So I'll just provide a little bit of summary information.
Okay, cool. So on the Nico, I'm sort of just supporting the team and just keeping them on track as an independent overseer. But they followed a good process in going out to the market. The tenders closed. We received 2 complying bids, and that's now with the tender evaluation team, and they're working through that. Early next week, we'll get together and moderate and work on a recommendation with the preferred supplier So, but it's progressing really well. Both suppliers are very experienced in what's required from them. So, I'm confident that there'll be a good outcome there.
Good. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, sounds good.
Johannes. So now we move on to,
Touch on project, sure.
yeah.
Solid waste. So there were a number of questions from the previous update. And so I've gone back to the team. It is hard to monitor the movement or actually the reason why there's a fluctuation of movement apart from fluctuations in construction activity and the ability for the industry to be able to be active during those construction periods. So that's probably the main reason. There's also some interface with Silverstream landfill as well, just to understand how much is being moved in the private market. So there is a little bit of information there. It still needs to be consolidated into a proper summary. So I'll be able to report fully on that at the next INA update.
Thank you. Brent?
So on the waste, when we look at that 500 kilos of capita or whatever, does that include the private sector? Or is that just is that the total waste for?
So the movement, I believe, of things going through the transfer station fundamentally will probably be what I describe as I guess the private sector, particularly around clean fill and other items like that. The refuse collection through bags is another thing that's moved through the transfer centre. David's got a bit more experience around and knowledge of how things are weighed and measured and everything else. Anything as that?
Only the monthly and annual totals of waste transferred to Bonnie, so that the waste that goes to landfill divided by the population gives you the average kilos of waste per resident in Masterton and in the Wairarapa.
Because some of the,
But we can only measure what we put through our transfer station that goes to Bonnie Glen. If other operators are picking up waste and taking it to Silverstream, we don't have any knowledge of that.
thank you. Is there an estimate of the size of that?
Probably a quarter, up to a quarter of the private wheelie bin tonnage.
Okay, we'll move on to projects. Tyler, page 388 for everyone else.
Facilities.
Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you.
Do you want to provide just the highlights?
Yeah, so what I'll do, because I'm reading it, there's been a few updates this month, so I'll go through the updates since the report's been sent out. So on the town hall, you've probably noticed that the asphalt's been laid. The lines, weather permitting, are being painted tomorrow. Then we'll be able to open the car park. So that's good. So then on the library, there was a workshop. We held a workshop following our meeting with them about the naming of both the meeting rooms in Queen Street and naming the town hall. And they're supposed to be coming back to us with some progress later this week. Got it in my diary to follow them on Friday if we haven't heard back. Obviously the meeting rooms in Queen Street are the priority because of the opening time of that. Queen Street, so that is progressing well. So we're still on track to open in October. There was the leak in the roof, but we're working to make sure that that doesn't impact the project schedule. CBD infrastructure, no changes there. We've got the 2 trees outside Strada. House of Travel is going to be a medium tree now with 3 trees, big trees down the other end. And planting on the western side, which is farmer side, the river pitch side, it's taking place. So there'll be another tree put in, and the planting on that side of the road should happen this week. And then they'll move on to the next side of the road. Everything else, they're the key items. Happy to take any questions.
AJ? Then Brent?
I'm not sure how much you'll be able to answer, but just the easement.
Oh, yes.
For the library,
Yes.
is there any updates?
Yes, there is. So documents were sent, hopefully the final documents were sent to the McFadden's yesterday. And we are progressing with the sewer work, which is actually critical for us. So that's a real progress to start mobilising the team to do the sewer. We're held up on that, it would hold up. So we're still saying, we said spring 27, and it's still late spring, early summer, so the comms is saying spring, summer 2027. This side of Christmas 27 is track for.
Brent?
Just wonder what's happened to Russian Jack.
Russian Jack is
Seems to have
safe.
wandered off.
No, he's been put in a secret storage location. But he will go back. He's definitely going back. Because the park, it's safe for him to be taken.
Yeah.
He's on the plans and he will definitely be put back.
It's not that I don't trust Russia.
I've not suggested otherwise.
A while.
But yes, so he's stored safely and will be definitely put back.
And we go Craig, Gary, and then Stella.
Are all the little painted stones and all that kind of stuff, is that us or someone else doing that?
The painted stones.
Yeah, so when you look at all the border gardens,
I've heard rumours of who's
yeah, someone's going around putting little painted stones all in the garden here.
not council staff.
Yeah, I just saw it.
I know.
Stone gnome.
It's like a
No, it's a secret thing.
Yeah, and I
They're
thought
quite- they're
that's
very
just
nice.
another good little thing.
Yeah, it's a very nice.
like minions and.
Yeah, no, not quite many. Yeah, all these nice
Brent,
things.
then Gary, then
Gary.
Stella.
Just on that, so is it okay, the people allowed to, pop the odd herb in the garden?
Oh,
Depends what type of herb you say.
Okay, let's keep going. Gary?
I can always test them and make sure it's okay.
Yeah, thanks for your report, Lisa. Lisa, on the Kids Zone Playground, one of the things that came out of a very good disabled action group meeting the other day was the fact the paths aren't wide enough.
Yes.
For disabled people with wheelchairs and scooters or whatever. Is that part of this process?
Yes, so through the Kids Zone playground design, that hasn't actually started yet, all those things will be taken into consideration. I know that Laura, following that meeting, was looking at those disabled swings as well, which we thought were really cool. So all that will be factored in.
One of the things that interested me
Nice
was
paths and so on. Yeah.
that rather than the equipment, they were obviously very interested in the equipment, but they were more concerned to the fact that the accessibility around the playground.
Yes.
And that's been
definitely will be looked at. Yeah.
Stella?
Thank you. Hi, Lisa. Thank you. Just on the Queen Street upgrades, I keep getting asked about the bike stands.
Yes, they've been purchased. We've got places for them and they will be put in. So they are not like the pigtail one outside the library, but they're modern design.
Yeah.
So yes.
Excellent. So they are coming.
Yes.
Tickety tick.
Definitely.
Right. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yep, just one, thank you.
Tim?
With the Queen Street, is there ongoing communication with the businesses in town just to
Yes, there
make
is.
sure? Yep.
Absolutely.
What sort of feedback are we getting from them?
A whole range of feedback. So there's a lot of the shops are happy with the progress. They're happy with the guidance, right? They know it needs to take place. Don't have much negative.
And because it's quite constant communication, the
Yes.
team's quite, well, the team on the ground and the project team be quite proactive to get those things.
Absolutely.
sorted out.
I think the guys on site are proactive and people engage with them, but the JFC, the contractor's got their own stakeholder person who goes round. So they've already done the visits of phase 3.
Yep.
They're in constant contact. We get emails from people via or from the front desk or on the email. We respond to them, we go and see them. So we haven't had a lot of negative feedback from the shops. Questions certainly, but not negative comment. TNCC would say their business hasn't decreased at all through this work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much.
Facilities and open spaces.
Yes.
Right, you just one thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, that's not,
we haven't got on the next sheet.
that's not Lisa though.
Oh, we missed the clients and assets if you wanted to.
Oh.
Oh, that's good. Oh, yeah, on the project.
It asked Phil a question anyway, eh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
gonna ask you a hard one, Phil.
Afternoon, councillors. The moment that you skipped over me, I got off scot-free, but
Okay,
so yeah, so take it very, very briefly. Just a couple of things to note on the compliance space. We're still working our way through our global stormwater consent. Your worship, I heard you mention before about the stormwater management strategy. It's probably just worth clarifying that that is very much about water quality, not water quantity. So we have to monitor the stormwater above the urban area, below the urban area, which we're currently doing. And then from there, we have to work out if there's an issue and then steps in place as part of the strategy to try and improve the water quality. But we're not at that point yet. That'll be later in the year we address that, but we will be looking to continue to use the lakes, the 2 lakes, as part of that process to filter the water prior to being returned to the environment. So that's part of the sort of initial plan. We've also had a couple of good meetings with our iwi representatives, so the environmental teams, to talk about a monitoring framework that would meet their requirements as well. So we've had some good feedback on that, and we'll show that document shortly. And the other one I've got down there is Martin Amber's Wainuiaru Youth Water Scheme. We're still working with the committee to make sure they can meet the requirements in Taumata Arawai for their mixed use supply. It's not. They have sort of got a truncated set of requirements they need to meet to buy the water. It's not as extensive as the drinking water regulations, but there are still some things they need to do. So that's an ongoing conversation we're having with them. And there's another meeting with the committee coming up next month. We'll go through it with them. Take any questions that the councillors may have.
thanks, Phil. Are there any questions of Phil? No, great work.
Thank you very much.
Now, Oz, are you coming? Facilities and open spaces. We'll just wait till Oz comes up. Floor is yours.
Okay. Yeah, so paper is read. A couple of things. Positive things, obviously, since this was drafted, we've had the Queenswood Park toilet opening, which was graciously attended. Also had the Solway Playground opening, which was a real success. Over 300 parents and children attended. Whether they were quite playful, but it didn't put the damper on anything. That's been really well used and has been very well received, so that's great. In regards to, I guess, some of the more impactful things, the Queenswood Park Swing Bridge refurbishment work that's all been set up to commence. So there's detour signage in place. There's been notification stuff go out through our normal platforms advising of the closure, but yeah, it will mean there will be some significant detours for the community that like to get out and use the rec trails, but it has to happen. So one of those unfortunate consequences. In regards to I guess the bird flu situation, we have attended the training, so had a representative attend to that, so we're fully aware of what MPI expect in the way of our preparedness and PPE requirements. There's still work on developing sort of a regional response plan across the 3 councils in conjunction with GW and DOC. But yeah, we've had some signage distributed and some biohazard resources distributed as well, and we'll potentially start to put some advisory signage out in our potentially somewhere like Henley, which is probably one of our area that attracts probably the most birds in regards to our parks and reserves area. So there'll be some advisory signage about just being careful with your pets and do not touch anything. Happy to take any questions.
I've just got a couple. Firstly, congratulations on the new signage at Queen Elizabeth Park. It's fantastic. And the new signage in lots of places around town, actually. Also too, great to see that the full street tree network assessment has started, which is further to our street trees recent meeting. I did have a question about where you say the flood protection position of DW is still not settled with regards to Morley Park, because if you remember, we had a walk around, seems a long time ago. When you say it's not settled, can you just elaborate on that?
They've still tabled 3 options in regards to where the stop bank alignment might go. And we had a meeting last week with Greater Wellington Regional Council to try and progress settling on a preferred option. So their preferred option in the paperwork that's been submitted is to fully protect Oxford Street, which makes access into Morley Park problematic. So I guess it's just working through that, but it's not locked in, and I think there's still scope for us to negotiate an alternative option to still retain Morley to a degree.
And when do you hope they might reach some finite point?
I think making a decision on the stop bank, I can't put a time frame on that, but all that trigger is that they'll go into detailed design. I've still got LTP proposals to put forward, so the actual delivery of the work is potentially years away.
But it still leads into our conversation about.
So what's the future? Yep.
Okay, thank you. David, then Craig.
Just to follow up on Morley Park, I was at a meeting the other night when Stella and Craig couldn't come, and they're pretty airy-fairy about it, to be quite honest. And it does concern me because they have high expectations about what should be done, and I think we need to stand pretty firm on what we're prepared to spend on the whole thing. And we have to weigh it up whether we really keep Morley Park or what we do. But I don't like the attitude that Greater Wellington are taking. That's coming from me. I know Craig and Stella were at the meeting, but I was very disappointed.
David, Craig?
Yeah, mine's not a question. So I just want to congratulate yourself and all the staff on the new Subway playground. Okay, it is an incredibly well used facility. I live close by. I obviously have been a little play on the slide yet, but
Watch out.
but yeah, it's an incredibly well used facility, and you know, if in the future there's a bit of money, a dog poop bin would be cool. But you know, I could even see an electric barbecue system if the ones at Henley Lake aren't being used on that. I just think it's a really great community. Just want to thank the council and thank the whole lot. Bloody great.
There is a dog poop in Riverstone Park. It's just we don't
Sniff it out.
want it by the playground.
Yeah.
I mean, the playgrounds are meant to be dog.
Yeah, it's just someone has put up a little sign on one of the boards.
They want a general waste bin. Ideally, we'd love to have a waste in, waste out approach, but I think the community. So we have a bin on order, a general waste bin, which can be used for both.
There's always kids there since it's open. It's fantastic. Okay, AJ?
Yeah, Protocol, the comments had great feedback around the Solway playground. Just wondering the value of the work.
Yeah, so that came in the budget, but it's say circa 300K.
And then my other comment was just Bex's one as well around the street tree. Right, and looking forward to seeing that.
No more questions? Oh, Gary?
Just wondering, Oz, if you could tell us when the toilet replacement at Queen Elizabeth Park will be available for use. Just one of the old fellows who walked through that park a few times.
Open now.
So that's fully open now, Gary.
It's fully open now.
Fully complete. Yep.
So I won't have to detour from there.
And the royal flush.
Yeah, it's open for business.
This is Kristen.
Okay.
The play music?
Sorry?
Does it play music?
No,
Take your own.
it's
Okay,
fairly robust.
thank you, Oz. Great work. Then we move to Waiiti Water, which you may, oh, well, it's up to you because we've had a bit of a session on it today.
Yeah, of course. So, statement of expectations this morning. We do have the luxury of Johannes also being available to talk to any points as well. Let's probably highlight the asset management plan. That's the bringing together of the 4 asset management plans into a consolidated plan. I believe is complete or about to be complete.
Been presented for.
That's great. And we did have the board of directors take a site visit out to Homebush just the other day, and so yeah, that was, I think, quite a good portion of time for them. Johannes, do you want to share or elaborate anything else to do with the transition as well?
Thank you, Tyler. I think just to add to what Tyler said, we had the visit of the board at the plant on Monday. And Steve, and I looked over and he's not here, but he was filled with confidence following that visit with the just the capability and experience of the board and the type of questions that they were asking of the treatment plant, which is quite encouraging when you're thinking that this group of people will give effect to the statement of expectation and lead or govern Waiiti Water. So that's quite promising. There's been a lot of work done on staff transition and the development of the potential org chart and how we find efficiencies with the four networks coming together. That's still in the early piece, but the Waiiti Waters program team is going through a massive amount of work. Masterton staff is continuously providing very good feedback, very responsive on any request for information. Probably the biggest burden is carried by David Paris because there's a lot of effort going into asset and debt transfer and what future finance models will be. So, but overall, it's progressing really well. And I think, yeah, it's shaping up for a good transition.
Councillor Goodwin?
Is there a sort of ongoing feedback of what the indicated costs of the water will be? So that when I presume at LTP, look at, if we want to spend 800 grand on smoke testing, we can say, oh, well, we can afford that. Is that?
So probably the first cab off the rank will be those consolidated asset management plans, and then they will form capital and operational requirements for the next 10 years, and then put into the LTP. So October for us will be a critical month to have those figures costed.
Remember, the LTP is this council from 27 without waters in it.
Oh, okay.
So we're not going to set a budget for that entity. They will set their own budget. And if the council has a priority area, and they may come back to the council and say, you need to fund that in addition to what the current level of rating is.
Yeah, and we may say, yes, we can. Yeah.
No more questions? Many thanks for your report. Thank you, both Tyler and Johannes. Now, Matt is on leave, so I will take his corporate and community activity report on page 391 as read.
Yep.
If there are any questions,
Receive it. Did you want to receive it?
I'll receive it. Receive the report. If there are any questions, you can field them and we could get them answered for you. Otherwise, we could just move on if there are no questions. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
No? We may move to page 398, 8.3 with the strategy, policy and governance activity report. Karen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of things I wanted to highlight. There's many things in there, but in the interest of time, The officers have responded with the Chief Executive sign-off to a discussion document issued from the government around mandatory activity groupings. And this would be our LTPs, annual plans and our grouping. And we've included that. That's a separate item that's in Stella. You'll see there that we've got grave concerns around an introduction date to that prior to the LTPs, because that's going to require the finance team to effectively redo all of the model and the general ledger to change what those activity groupings are. Also our levels of service and our performance, which will need to be changed, because there's different proposals in there for how we actually report. So we have requested the government defer any changes to the following LTP, because trying to do that and the LTP at the same time is going to be really quite challenging. And we can talk about that a little bit more at the Finance and Risk Committee next week. I'd also like to draw your attention to the letter that we received from Minister Simon Watts around climate change. Effectively, you'll have seen the media response to that around the allegations of councils gold plating their climate change assumptions. And I can assure you that we don't do that. In fact, our assumptions are conservative, particularly given the exposure that we've had to lots of weather events, and the assertion also that we need to prioritise our infrastructure rather than resilience. And as we know, that we need to actually build resilience into our infrastructure so that it actually lasts. So you'll see that in the appendix, and that has gone. I'm happy to take questions on anything else.
No questions. Retrospectively too, I've needed to have a mover and seconder for those other two reports. So we'll just deal with Karen's first. Do I have a mover for Karen's report? Councillor Lennox, seconded by Councillor Bowyer. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? The motion is carried. And for the infrastructure and activity report presented by Tyler and Co, do I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Bowyer, seconded by Councillor Lennox. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And we also received the corporate and community activity report. I'm happy to move that. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Lennox. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? The motion is carried. Thank you very much, Karen. Do we have any meeting reports from councillors? Councillor Caffel and then Councillor Bowyer.
Just a quick note, it was noted in the disability advisory group meeting. A couple of things. First of all, I'd really like somehow if the disability advisory group could meet with council, with full council.
Harriet.
Would be really nice. There are this year we've got a really diverse group of people, and they're very engaged, very passionate. We appointed a couple of co-chairs. We've now got co-chairs with Donna Lang and Matt Wills as the co-chairs. The first meeting, the main thrust of the first meeting was we had a report from the Laura on the Kids Home Playground, and that went really well with the advisory group. And as I said, interestingly, they are more interested in the access regarding the pathways and possibly even the equipment. But one of the things that come out of it was that they're very keen to have a survey done of all the other all the disability groups in town as to what their wants are, what their needs are, where they see all the problems in town. And Kelsey's organising that at the moment, and they're really keen to have as much engagement with those groups as they can. So a really good start. It was only the second meeting of the year. Already they were looking, I think there was going to be 4 times a year they were meeting. They're asking to have more meetings with no pay. They don't want to even get paid. They just want to have more meetings because they're that passionate about what they're doing. So it's been a really good start.
Terrific. Thanks, Gary. Craig.
Not so much a report, but just a list of where I've been. We have the combined district plan meeting, Wairarapa Road Safety Council meeting, Waiti Water Stakeholders Forum, PUG meeting. There's been the Regional Transport Committee in Wellington, Greater Wellington Regional Council briefing to the mayors, deputy mayors and CEs. Matakona Governance Group, the LGNZ, AGM, and the Bernard School Art Expo.
Oh. AJ.
I was just going to do a brief update on Te Whina Cameron Community Hub, and probably the highlight for Te Whina is that Kingsway is standalone. They've got their own constitution. They're a registered charity. We're just trying to set up a bank account at the moment. Just to acknowledge Mayor Bex, who was at our AGM, and to kindly welcome you all to have a visit of Kingsway. Both organisations are finding it challenging in this current funding environment, which will be no surprise to you. Community have responded amazingly to the call for support, and we'd received community funding of $11,000 in the first week of request for support for Kingsway Night Refuge. And Stella and I then represented Kingsway and Te Whina just at Parliament on the Move On orders, which went really well as well. So I'll write something next time. Kia ora.
Thank you, AJ.
Thanks, AJ. I'll just,
Stella.
One thing to note to the community, I think it's important for them to understand that obviously we have a hearings committee, and to be part of that, a member of that, you need to have completed the Making Good Decisions course, of which AJ has since done, and myself, and also Craig Bowyer has refreshed his Making Good Decisions certification. So I think it's important that the public understand that the right people with the right qualifications are around the table to make good decisions.
Yeah. Tim.
I attended a netball Wairarapa strategic planning day a couple of Sundays ago, and now put in place the plan under your leadership. I want to really acknowledge the work you've done, AJ. It's been quite phenomenal. You bring it all together, you take a whole lot of disparate parts and you make it work. And what you've come out was kind of every has been really, really good. So thank you.
Awesome. Wareka.
Last week I attended the LGNZ Maruata conference, which is for Māori councillors, and so that was on, I can't remember the days. Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday, and then I got back on Wednesday just before our end of our week. That was very valuable. Lots of, I was surprised we didn't talk about amalgamation, which was kind of disappointing. But anyway, it was good to be with, other councillors, and, especially talking to those who haven't the Māori ward and how that's going to look in the next 3 years, and those from the greater, regional councils so impacted. And then also a couple of weeks ago, the Māori Women's Welfare League hosted the region here at Pukaha, which was really cool. So we stayed at the marae and used the cabins and the kitchen. It was just, it was just like a source of pride to be able to bring, the region. So it's from here to over to Palmy, over to Hastings. All of that is the region of the Māori Women's Welfare League. I sit on the seat as the president. So it was just really cool to bring them to this gem that sits in our region. And showcase, this amazing resource that we have in our community. And just wanted to relay that. I had a big moment of pride to be able to do that. And wow, and a lot of them want to book the space now going forward for other meetings that they have coming up. So that's a yay.
Terrific.
Just my apologies. I missed the last Pukaha meeting. Funeral.
Thanks, Tim. Very good. Lots of exciting stuff. Thank you. So we move on to 410, 8.5 with the Mayor's report. I've got my list of mayoral activity over the last month. Just a few highlights. Obviously, a lot of the month was consumed by mayoral forums and discussing government's Head Start pathway. So I want to again thank you for today's discussion, consideration, points made. It was really productive and really healthy and constructive. So thank you. Some highlights from the month include opening of the tool shed in Marsden. I'm always excited when a business opens. Iwi-owned company. Those of you would remember that the tool shed was here some time ago, but that was a franchise which they've moved away from. So this is actually owned by the company who owned, and they've chosen Marsden to set up, and they're really excited about it. And if you haven't been to the new store, it's very impressive. Like 1,100 square meters.
I was saying he was really excited too. He's been like 3 times work here during the week.
So that's, the manager has moved from Christchurch to live here, and his wife's teaching at Rathkill. They've got family here, and so new businesses opening is a success story. For sure. I was privileged to be at the South Rotary changeover. One, because of work they do in our community, and also you know, we're working with them at the moment on the refurbishment of Kids Zone Playground, and I want to thank them for the valuable work that they do. We've received over 900 responses from users to our survey on the Kids Zone Playground, and we'll be going out to tender for a design and build around October, with construction starting in the new year. We've talked about Riverstone Playground, but I would like to say that was a collaborative effort, and I'd like to thank the Solway Neighbourhood Group and also Wairarapa College and Makolda College students who helped as well. And I had the pleasure of going to the Dark Skies AGM, and that was a really proud moment because Matt Steele presented on behalf of Marsden District Council, and there's been so much collaborative work going in there with the members of the Dark Skies AGM, and they were also so complimentary about Matt and our new technology. And I think there's an opportunity for us to share that information with other councils throughout New Zealand who want to get on board. Yeah. And we should hear the result of that application within the next couple of months. And I've also obviously had some great community engagements this year, but if you have any questions of anything that's on the list, feel free. Otherwise, could someone move that you've received my report? Councillor Holmes, and seconded by Councillor Bowyer. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, the motion is carried. Now we will move out of our open meeting. Could I have a mover to move us into public excluded, please? Do you want to break something else up before you finish?
No, I don't, but I am going to need to excuse myself because I've got to get to Wellington by 5.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll
So
move
into public excluded and then
For me, I need to go.
we're going to move out of public excluded. Mover, Councillor Bowyer, seconded by Councillor Holmes. And so we call that part of the meeting closed. So if you could.
Can I please put in my apologies for this